Call to order the Siloam Springs Board of Directors Workshop for June 6th, 2023 to cover annexation. Ben, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the board. Ben Rhodes. Can we get the PowerPoint up, please? All right, there we are. So I am presenting to you today for this workshop, for your consideration, the results of a staff assignment to research the possibility of a major annexation via the election method. And as you can see on the slide, I've highlighted the section details for the specific tasks that we were charged with, looking specifically at the northern quadrant of the city's planning area, which, if you're not familiar with that, that's the 1 mile donut territory that's set by ordinance, where the city has limited jurisdictional authority for certain kinds of development reviews, which are usually major projects like subdivisions and large buildings. So after reviewing these areas, staff would like to present our concept plan. First off, this should be taken as a concept and not the final territory. We understand that when digging into this, there may be areas that the city may want to add or delete from the boundary. So as you can see on the slide, the orange shading is the area that we're considering for annexation. The delimitator is Davidson Road, being everything to the south, running from Airport Road all the way to the west, roughly at the alignment of Carl Street. Although Carl Street doesn't extend all the way up north to Davidson. If it did, it would basically be right at that line. That's where we're cutting it off there. So this is just a concept. So we could take both sides of Davidson Road to better assist with emergency responses. That's something that we would need to have a conversation with the county judge should the board want us to proceed with this project. This also reflects the recent annexations that have occurred off of Don Hill Road that the board accepted on April 18th. So the total area for this annexation is 2,289 acres. On the east side, we're taking in several of the existing city electric customers. On the east side of Airport Road, by the half section, all the way down from Billiard Road to the northern side of the Stonecrest subdivision. So looking specifically at the electric customers, this map shows in greater detail the impact from the electric customers, which, if you're not aware, is one of the primary economic drivers as to the costs borne by the city when looking at annexation, and one of the reasons why we are presenting the concept for you. The city is responsible for buying out Carroll Electric cooperative customers that are annexed and brought into city electric service. The rate is 355% of the customer's annual electric bill, which must be payable within 3 years after the service is switched over. On the map, if you can see that, the blue dots represent the city electric customers, whereas the green dots are the Carroll Electric customers. And don't worry, I'm going to zoom in so you can see that a little bit better. So according to our analysis, there are 121 city electric customers and 136 Carroll Electric customers. Only the Carroll customers are the ones that require the buyouts. You'll also see on the box at the bottom left how the customers, how these break out in terms of the land uses. Not all of these are residences. Some of them are other uses. Finally, on the map, the red line you see running through the annexation area is that's not city limits. That's the boundary line for the city electric territory. This is the area where new utility customers are supposed to hook up to city services, being within the city's electric boundary. However, going back many years, some Carroll customers have been added to their system in the city's electric boundary. And so I'd like to bring your attention to the area I've shown highlighted in the yellow box on the left. We're going to zoom in right there. So here we are zoomed in, showing the dots at the greater magnification for you. So looking at how this breaks out in terms of customers' buyouts. There are 95 customers in the city's electric area. These are older customers that were likely just incorrectly added onto Carroll systems going back 20 plus years or more in that area. Regardless of whose territory these customers are in, the city is potentially obligated to buy out these, as well as any of the Carroll equipment in the annexation area, and that being the transformers and utility transmission lines, things of that nature. So going back to the main map here again, I'm going to zoom in to another focus area, this one being onto the right, as you can see, from between Highway 59 to Airport Road. It's on the eastern side of the proposal. And here you see that portion blown up again, showing the proposed annexation within the Carroll's territory. If annexed, this will automatically become city's expanded electric territory, as what would occur in any annexation. You see here that there are 10 city customers in Carroll's territory, but not as many as Carroll's and city's territory. So it's not exactly a symmetric trade-off. And you see that on the bottom left in the highlights there. So switching specifically to some other things to consider with annexations, we do want to show you the future land use map that's under consideration. Of course, this would be for the current recently adopted master plan for the land use. And you'll note that most of the residential neighborhood levels with more industrial on either side of the railroad. That's the grayish color there in the middle. And generally some commercial and office to the east along the Highway 59 corridor. So if the annexation is considered for election, what staff will do is we will supply a zoning map and pick zones which would best correspond with the guidance of this map that you see before you. And this will be either part of the adoption ordinance that would establish the election, or it could be done at a separate ordinance. Either way would work. So looking at this one, I wanted to show a soils analysis just to give you an idea of the different types of soils out there. I did check, and all these colors are good. None of them are detrimental for development. But we did want to look at that just to make sure that weren't in the areas that were poorly drained or such. And why there are some spots that may need special attention, such as stream beds and whatnot, there's nothing really in the analysis that would indicate the areas cannot be developed in some form, either with mitigation or not, on a case-by-case basis, typically what we would see in any type of development scenario. Looking at the area again for existing utilities, just so you can know what we have out there. As you see, the blue lines are the water lines. Those are what's most prevalent out there. And then the greener lines, you can kind of see some of the shading, are the sewer lines, sewer services. If the annexation will not require that there's any particular underground utility, such as a water or sewer line, within a specific time frame. Typically, development will extend these services when they come in. This is the developer's responsibility, although we do have occasionally city-sponsored utility extensions that happen, as you know, like such as the water line going up Highway 59. So going into more of the process, because I'm sure some of you would have some questions exactly how do we go about doing an annexation by election. Well, first it starts with an ordinance. The city would need to declare that there would be a fixed date for the election, the annexation election, and that would be an ordinance. And we will work with the county judge and everyone to get that written correctly for our city. Then the second step would be the city clerk certifies the ordinance and a map of the area to be annexed, and that would be conveyed to the county clerk and county election commission, and that would be no less than 60 days prior to the election. And then 45 days prior, the city, with assistance from the county, will identify all persons residing within the annexation area, which would include their names and addresses, as all qualified electors. So what happens is anyone within the corporate city limits is eligible to vote for the referendum, as well as anyone in the annexation area. So it would be both groups of people that would be able to vote. And then notice of the election will be put in the local newspaper, and it could be either a general or special election. The next one will be, the general election is November 7th. And the election would essentially, or the ballot would simply say for or against the annexation. That's how it would read. Some of you guys might recall that we did this in 2008. There was a major annexation at that time. It didn't pass, but I'm using somewhat of the framework we did last time to kind of give you the steps. So in conclusion, this is some points here. So the proposed services that we would be including with the annexation, and this is to match what we did in 2008, was police, fire protection, code enforcement, animal control, sanitation services, city electric, and city street maintenance. So you notice that's not including water or wastewater, and that's intentional because if it was included, the cost would just be extremely high, astronomically high, to try to serve everyone in this area of water and sewer. So this, like I was saying, this would match the 2008 election, what we did back then. One note on the street maintenance. I know that there are some streets that are gravel or not paved in this area, and so the city would just take those on at an at-need basis through future year budgets. We wouldn't be on the hook to pave all those like within the first year or anything like that. We would just take it on a case-by-case basis as development occurs. The zoning, as I mentioned, will be guided by the master plan, future land use map. The 136 Carroll customers represents 60% of the customers annexed. We did look at the average electric bill for a city residential customer, and we multiplied that by 355 to get that estimated buyout. And looking at just the customers alone, we're a little bit north of $1 million to do that. And then that's not including the Carroll equipment, so that would have to be added onto that as well. That would be within 3 years of them being turned over, so it's not immediate, but you can break it out in multiple years. If the city wants to take this forward for consideration, the board would need to act no later than August 1st this year. That would be for this November's election, or there could be a special election if we wanted to wait and do it at a later time. And with that, I believe that is all I have. So I'm available for any of your questions. Thank you. Right at 15 minutes.
Thank you, Ben. So directors? Yes, David?
Madam Mayor, Ben, on the Carroll equipment, is there any way to estimate that?
We're not at this time, although I believe we can get a figure for that. It would be depreciated equipment, but I don't have the exact figure.
Oh, it'd just be a guesstimate, but it'd be an idea of what else besides the buyout would end up costing us. And then also, you said that on the map showing the blues and the green dots, how is it that they were able to put their electric within our planning area?
That is a very good question, and we have asked that ourselves of the Carroll Electric Cooperative, and I don't think we have gotten an answer as to how it happened. I do know it happened quite a long time ago, so I'm not sure if it was something where it was mistakenly done or just we just don't have that information right now. We've asked them to, and they have not given us.
How long do you think? You say a long
more than 20 years. Oh yeah, more than 20 years.
The one I was looking at was the one that goes down Don Hill Road, and there's a big group of ours, and then there's a big vertical group of the green dots. Is that Oakcrest, do you think?
Let me go back to that map. I think you mean right here? Yeah, this is Oakcrest Road right here, and then the subdivision just north of Oakcrest. All those green dots are Carroll.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wondered if that was Oakcrest, because that was done quite some time ago.
Yeah, yeah. I don't think any of these were recent add-ons. I think it was something from another time period, honestly.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Betsy, oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
If I may, just for a
Hey.
moment, just to elaborate on that, on Ben's answer. We have asked Carol on numerous occasions, about their being in our territory. Their claim is that it was done with city permission. We have absolutely no record of ever giving them permission to install electric service in our territory, and we have asked them for any kind of writing, any kind of record at all that would substantiate their claim that it was done with permission, and they have not given us anything.
It doesn't make sense why the city would.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I would imagine that they did it before the city's planning area even went into that section. That's probably how
I think that's right.
how old it is.
Yeah. When I spoke with the former electric director, Art Farine, about this several years ago, his contention always was that they just poached our customers. That's all there was to it. But they won't admit it. So.
Thank you, Jay.
Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Jay. Yeah, I think Mindy had asked for the
Sorry.
floor, Carol, and then we'll come back to you.
okay, a couple of quick questions, and these probably are more for Christina and maybe Phil. And if you answered these, I apologize. Do we know what the cost of, what Carroll charges for their electric service as opposed to what, any kind of approximate, is it comparable to what we charge?
I do not know that.
Is it a lot more, a lot less?
Just a
Madam
minute.
Mayor.
Yeah, just a minute. Okay. Do you-
Yeah, if Phil could answer, that'd be great. Oh,
I was
See?
just gonna say, because I used to have a house that was Carroll and one that was the city. The city's a lot more expensive, or at least according to my bills, they were.
There's about a penny difference per kilowatt hour.
okay. Just one, because the people that we would, if we annex them in, they would have to switch to Siloam, so I'm just wondering what the difference would be for their utility bills. And then with this $1 million plus that it would cost for us to buy out the Carroll customers, do we know approximately, this is your question probably, how long it would take for us to get a return on that?
So we have 3 years to pay them,
Right,
and we're paying them 355%. So
that's a lot of money.
so basically, in the 3 years, we'll almost accumulate the amount of revenue that we have to pay out.
Okay, so it will take about 3. So in the 4th year, we would start getting the profit, whatever you want to call it, return on the investment. Okay, thank you.
Carol?
Bear with me, I have glasses that I cannot see out of tonight, I'm sorry.
That's
So I
fine.
don't know if this is addressed in here. Is this considering Villaview Drive at all? Because part of Villaview is in the city, right?
It is. It stops clear of Villaview. So this is to just orient you on the western extents here. This is the Autumn Glen subdivision. So there's Allen Elementary. You come up around Highway 43, and you have Autumn Glen, and then you have the remainder of the Heritage Ranch subdivision and points north from there. So if you imagine Carl Street, that will be the western delimiter. So you're not going any further west of Carl Street.
Doesn't take, Villaview is within the city limits, but there is
One-
Villaview Drive that is not.
Well, I think there's one house on Villaview that is not in the city limits.
Yeah, you're right.
One piece of property.
That's,
Oh, there's
there's several,
there's-
I thought that
Are
one
there several?
street,
I think there's
that
two,
north
yeah.
side.
the property line goes like this because a few over the last several years have asked to be annexed.
Is
But-
Villaview Drive on west?
going east-west. It's when
Right.
you get to end of North Dogwood and go.
Right,
but-
right, but I thought everything on Villaview except for one property.
Don,
oh,
can
the-
you
the
answer that
city-
for us?
The
It's
city
not.
line is the street,
Okay.
but about, within the last 10 years, one house is annexed, so it's all over the place, really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So my question is there any way to consider, and I know it's not in this area, but is there any way to
Square it off.
square that off and get Villaview?
Yeah, we can
in
certainly
that?
add that. We just didn't have that as part of the.
There
yeah.
are some in there that
Yeah.
would like to be within the city.
Right.
We can add that in. Yeah.
These others, it would be easier.
I think this is the opportune time
Yeah.
to do that.
Yeah. So it would be this area plus the area around Villaview, if I understand. Okay.
That's what I'm
Okay.
asking.
Yeah, we can do that. Yeah.
Okay.
Anyone else?
Madam Mayor.
Betsy?
So it mentioned the police, fire, all the different services. How will that affect, I mean, will bringing them in and the money we make off of electric be enough to cover everything easily? How will that affect budget and all of that?
That's a great question. We were going to dig into that if we got the green light to continue to pursue this project. We can give you more precise numbers as to the exact costs of extending, because we have to do solid waste out there, and so there will be additional costs for those services. So I would presume we could bring that back to the board at a later date if we are given the direction to pursue this.
Okay.
Yep.
So why annex all of this and why do it by vote rather than by board?
I think Don wants to answer that question.
Thank you.
Don Clark, Community Development Director. That's a great question. A couple things I'll point out. If we're going to consider annexation, annexing undeveloped land is the best way to do it. This is undeveloped. This is the cheapest it's going to get if we're going to annex. And so by doing it by election allows us also, because a lot of times you as a board have had to face people here concerned about development, but we get to look at them and go, it's in the county. We don't get to regulate land use in the county. And so it provides some assurances to some of those people as well. And so when we were looking at this, we were trying to take a few things into mind. What is truly relative as it relates to a larger annexation in this area lends itself. We're landlocked to the west, to the south. It's not very developable. And so this looks like the growth pattern of the city, where we seeing things are starting to develop. So having the ability to annex it now at the time it is currently with less households would be less expensive, but also gives the regulatory authority to the city to put land use into play in those areas. Right now, without it, there's not much you can do other than look at the Vulcan area standards. No land use gets to be put in play. Those are a few of those things. As it relates to customers, we sell reliability here in Siloam Springs when it relates to our electricity. So the rates may be a little bit more, but I think we've all seen that before at our city limits where our lights flickered and somebody across the street's lights have been off for 2 weeks. Don't know that's not throwing any shade towards any of those electrical providers, but that's what we normally sell is reliability. I know I do that on the economic development side is sell our reliability. So honestly, to answer your question, this has been talked about for quite some time. It came up as a board goal, and we think now would be the opportune time if we were going to take an approach on annexation by election at this point in time, because there's no better way to say it. This is the cheapest it's going to get if we're going to do it.
And this is my ignorance on how it works. So why is it by election versus like when we vote on stuff as a board?
Because typically then that's somebody approaching us or a development that's coming in, and there's one on your agenda tonight. It's asked to be an annex because they want to develop it, and so by election, this gives the opportunity for the people in that area to have say, and the city to have say as well.
Do you know? Have you spoken with the residents in that area? Do we know if they want to be annexed?
We've had some conversations, not specifically for this. Obviously this is where if we put it on the ballot, that those conversations can have, and they can simply vote yes or no. But over the years, yes, we've had people approach us and say, what does it take for me to get annexed? And we have to tell them, well, you're too far out. You're not contiguous, so it would take a larger annexation to bring you in. I can speak of one that I recall where there was a particular development in this area where they were looking to do a large project, and their way of providing sewer would have been a large septic system. And, you know, there were people in the area that felt one way or the other about it. And for us, we wouldn't have really much to say in that area as far as development. In today's world, if it's annexed in, we would say whether we would approve it or not, and ultimately it would be brought to you for your pleasure to decide. But right now, we don't get any say into that.
Okay. Last question. Thank you. Oakcrest has lots of flooding and drainage issues. So does that mean if we took them in, we would fix that?
When you say fix, I think I would have to make sure I answer this correctly. So what, and Kevin, you can jump in if I'm wrong, what we see on Oakcrest today honestly can be fixed by development. The one next door provides some opportunity to where in today's environment, it doesn't. And so unless we control that land that sits exactly west, I'm not sure we can fix what's going on out there today. Am I correct? Unless it's in our control. But by them developing that property, if you remember, I think it's Whispering Oaks, they have a channel that goes to there that would take that water that now dams up and pulls up on their west side and move it through their property and provide some relief to what we're seeing today. Without that property being in our control, I'm not sure how we would fix it, being honest with you.
Would that, and I think, is that Hyco that goes up north through there? Isn't that right?
Oh, Chris.
You got
Hyco and Don Hill.
Okay.
Yeah, you got Don Hill and so you got Don Hill to the west, Hyco to the east.
So I remember on the east side, they had flooding. In fact, one of the neighbors has to leave their gate open to allow the water to come through, or it will back up into their house.
Yep.
And then, you know, it's massive, like a river going across the road. So you think developing Whispering Oaks will fix all that from the east?
It can help. I'm not going to say it's going to fix it all, but it can help because today it has nowhere to go. But by them putting in their improvements and channelizing it, it has somewhere to go. And it would take it to Don Hill, I believe, and close to another situation we've looked at. These are a lot of these reasons why we say if we can annex it now, because again, as these developments come through, we can have more control on it. Now, this subdivision is an older one. I'm not really sure why or how it was designed that way. I think our step into volumetric detention, which you guys approved, and that is taking place. We had a conversation with the engineers that do work here. We didn't hear anything against it. Honestly, I think one of them said that I think other cities are considering to go that way. Y'all are first out of the gate. And so by doing those and having that in our control, we can address some of those issues. I would submit and say a lot of the drainage issues we see today are from older subdivisions. So we would have to be creative in looking at how do we do a couple of things. How do we work with volumetric detention, and how do we know what's happening upstream or downstream, and putting those new developments, if you remember in that approach, if there's some improvements that can be made to some properties before they develop, we're going to enforce that.
And I apologize, I said that was the last question. One more. What are the downsides to annexing this besides the cost over time?
Cost. I honestly can't think of many, because where we are, and in our world, we know something to be true. Cities are doing one or two things. They're either growing or they're dying and never staying the same. So we're experiencing growth, and to have a better control and growing and have a way to grow the way we want in a smart growth approach, and we're going to bring something back to you and be talking about that pretty soon, then it's an advantage to us to have this in our city limits to do just that. Whether it be that you decide you want open space in certain lands not to be developed, or if you want to look at the option of having certain type of developments that we're comfortable with as a community, and you as a board, we could do that as well. And that smart growth approach, if this area wasn't annexed in, then typically that's what happens when we say these are our new standards and our regulations. They just going to go right to the other side and say, well, you can't tell us what to do here, and build it anyway. And so those are some advantages that I see when it relates to managing growth in a smart approach, which we're going to have to do because the treadmill set on 10, right? We see the growth is there. How do we be strategic in addressing that growth? We're already doing it, one, with volumetric detention, and there's a number of other ways that we can do it that really puts it on the developer to say, here's what we're looking for. This is what you're bringing, and we can approve it. If not, maybe we're not going to approve it. So I see a lot of advantages. I mean, I think anybody can look at something and find some disadvantages. I don't see a ton, honestly.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Carol.
Don, when we did our major annex several years ago, do you see any disadvantage of what happened to that? Or was it advantageous to us?
You have to say, so that was 15 years ago, and I was just new coming into the city. And that was one of the things I was tasked with at Animal Services of, hey, if we annex this area, what does that cost for us to take those services? I think what happened at that point in time, our eyes got a little bit bigger than our plate, and we went too far. That, again, that's just my opinion. You know, I wasn't at the table then. I was just over there managing what I had to manage at the time, but that's what it felt like to me, is that we were taking too big of a chunk. We could have took a better approach and taken that larger approach, and it continued to grow. It was like a 800-pound gorilla when it was over with. And even as staff, I can honestly say, for me sitting in my seat at the time, I was like, we don't need to do this. So this is not that. I think some of this area, you know, our water line already runs all the way up to Shady Grove Road on Highway 59. We're there. I think a lot of this is already in our fire response area. The fact that we don't have a lot of rooftops doesn't drive PD to have to be out there, right? The call volume at this time, because it's undeveloped, will be low. And if it does develop, we can work that into our matrix when we're talking about smart growth and making sure we have the ability to service the area as it grows, versus the other way right now. We wait for them to come to us, and then we got to catch up, if you will. So to answer your question, I don't think this is near and as ambitious as that was.
As I see this, there is not as much cost of going out and buying or paying for some of the structures, the infrastructure that's already there that we're going to have to buy from Carroll Electric, versus what we can accomplish and add to our utilities as we expand out that way.
That's true. This also incorporates our opportunity zone, and what's in our future land use map right now is future industrial. And so one negative could be we wait, decide we want to do it later. In comes a big industrial user. Now they're a large customer of Carroll. That it will be an astronomical bill for us to say, well, we want them in our annexation when we annex them in. And so there are some advantages, again, of if we do it now. You know, a lot of this land, when we get people looking to put businesses here, when we're talking about industrial businesses, would then be in our city limits, versus can they annex in, or do they do a pre-annexation agreement? And in today's world, what we do for those that are seeking utilities outside of our city limits, we have a utility service agreement, pre-annexation agreement, that basically they sign that says when it gets to you and it's contiguous to you, you have to annex in. Through coordination with planning and the water department, we look at those when they come in, and if they can be annexed in, we make them annex in before we give them utilities. A lot of that would be smoother if we took this area in. Again, going back to potential industrial projects and some residential projects, we would have more say in it.
So you feel this is a manageable area?
Yes, ma'am. One of the first things we did was to send it to all the department heads and say, here's what we thinking. And I don't think we heard any concerns from any of those parties about this particular annexation as it lies today.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, can I just get clarification on, you mentioned the 115 years ago, the annexation request. So that would have been 2008, and then you mentioned one that failed. Is that one in the same? So that one did not pass. It went to the election, or went to an election and did not pass. Okay.
Correct.
And so the difference with this one is the things that you've just mentioned, which you think makes it a little bit more palatable, maybe.
Absolutely. Those are just assumptions. It'll be up to the vote of the people, but it is not near as ambitious as 2008.
David?
You hit the nail on the head. That's exactly what happened when the original discussion to annex. I was running for mayor, so I was paying attention, and Moose was just convinced it was going to pass. But what it originally was just to take in Don Hill. It was the residence and resort of Don Hill, and it was outlined. And I think the planning commission thought, well, if we're here, we might as well. And they went out to, what is it, Taylor Orchard Road?
Yeah, Taylor Orchard Road for sure.
But Taylor Orchard Road, I think the country residents out that were further were the ones that really said, we don't want to be a part of this. And that's what killed it, in that there were actually vote no signs around town.
Right.
And the city could not say, well, vote yes. But yeah, you hit it on the head. Our eyes got bigger than our stomach, because if we'd just done Don Hill, it probably would have passed. Because those residents in Don Hill, they were really wanting to come in at the time. They were really, yeah.
Correct.
But that's, it's really, I hate to say this, but it's really not even comparable to this, because this is more of a wide open stretch on the right side, on the northeast side there, of raw property. And you're trying to jump, almost leapfrog, before there's even more development, and then you'd have to buy them at a higher price and more of them. And so I think it's a good idea. The thing my first inclination is, can you not do it in pieces? But if you did it in like 2 pieces or whatever, you'd have to have 2 elections. Yeah. But on top of what you're proposing, and I'm not saying it's not a bad idea, because I think you have to look at it as an investment. And I think for what you're proposing, it's probably a pretty decent investment, because you'll have these customers well past the 3.5 to 4 or 5 years of rate of return. You'll have them forever. But I would like us to consider, since we're talking annexation, to do what Carol just mentioned and look at the other edges, all 4 sides of the city limit. Well, not the 4th west side, but I mean all the other places that we have jaggedy, or half the streets in and half the street not. Let's see if there's not other places that we can also annex that might take in some customers as well.
Absolutely.
But it would almost kind of square off some of the problem, because Bellevue, and it was not a problem long ago, but because John wants to be in and Sally doesn't, then it becomes a jaggedy street.
That street is real strange.
Yeah, and it's because they've asked.
Yeah.
Certain people have asked.
Well, and I know when I first started for the city, trying to figure out what was in, what was out.
Yeah.
My first cheat sheet, well, if it was 5 digits, I knew it was out. Then we got to Bellevue, and it looked like a piano key, because I was like, well,
really
who's in and who's out? And you had to know down to the address when you got a call for service, well, you're not in the city limits. And it was hard to explain that to them. So you mean I got to wait for the county to show up?
And see,
Yeah.
I really thought it was the one that has
No,
city
it's-
limits on both sides. And is it correct that, for instance, that one or others in her situation, if they wanted in the city now, if they wanted to annex in, they would have to pay these costs? They would have to pay the like one at a time. Would they have to? My understanding was
We could
that getting
we
in
could
the
buy
city
it.
was going to be cost prohibitive unless the city would agree to
We
pay.
could, and then some of those, because of where they sit, is odd, because they would create an enclave if we didn't take more. So by doing this, which is illegal, right? The state doesn't allow that. So by doing this and your suggestion, we can look at those areas to where it simply makes sense to just square it off,
Yeah.
right? And get to that point, and we'll definitely do that. But again, it sounds like you're open to us bringing this back to you. Obviously, it'll come to you for a vote to say whether you want to take it forward as an election or not, and we can make those adjustments and present those to you at that time.
I think there may be some spots on Kenwood that are the same too, aren't they?
Yes.
On both.
Kidwood.
Yes.
What'd she say?
Yeah, East Kenwood. I think there's some spots like that too. No, I agree with.
Yes.
looking at all those little spots too.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Reed.
Dawn, I know right now if you buy a lot in the city, you cannot put a septic on it because it's in the city limits, the way I understand it. How do we have rules and procedures in place to deal with that as the city's growing? Because we can't, if they're up in the very northeast part and they want to build a house, they're in city limits. Do we have things in place for that?
Yeah, there's state law that says if you're within 300 foot of a public sewer system, you have to tile them. But if they're not a public sewer system near them, then that's not enforced. They're clear to do septic as long as they have the minimum acreage requirement by the health department and the land perks, so they can do that. So it wouldn't say if you're in that land up there, now we annex in that you've got to run sewer all the way to but I would be honest with you that there's probably going to be an opportunity for us to run our sewer to the north if we annex in, and then people can tie on. I know there are people itching to develop up Highway 59, but sewer is a problem that they would have to invest in at this point in time. And I'm not saying that we would have to invest into it if we annex it in, but we can decide if that's appropriate or not. But at the same time, if septic works, then they're good unless they're within 300 foot of public.
We are prepared to work with that.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Betsy.
Because actually that went through my mind as somebody who lives in an area where sewer was promised a very long time ago and only part of the neighborhood was developed. As I'm watching this, I'm like, I'm going to be unhappy if the city chooses to run septic to or sewer, not septic, sewer to people who are just getting annexed in when we've been in the city for all of eternity and didn't get what we were promised.
And here's what I'll say to that. First, that was BD before Dawn. I have no idea what was promised. I don't know why they promised it. I think in today's world, we would do our homework before we promise anybody anything. We would need to look and see if it's suitable to run sewer there. If there's unsuitable soil, if there's more lift stations, if there's grinders that are needed, we will be upfront with people and say, well, there's a challenge. And I don't know why that wasn't done before, but
Part of Country Acres was done.
Yep.
And then they pulled out and never came back.
And Steve's not here, but I think the reason for some of that is the soils weren't suitable to get the depth, or it wasn't going to gravity flow, and then it created more issues. And so coming back to it, in today's world, we wouldn't let a development like that happen without a plan. Just to speak frankly. I can't speak to why they did what they did years ago. I'm sure 20 years from now, somebody's going to sit around and go, what was this Don Clark guy thinking? But today's world, we have a lot more checks and balances to try to make sure that we don't create one of those issues. And
They're already saying that, Don.
yeah.
I know why they didn't, but anyway, I won't say
You
anything.
set yourself up. I mean,
And that's why I tell people all the time, if I was worried about what people thought about me, I would not be a public servant. Because everybody's got an opinion. And but when it comes to that, that's a great question. Those are the things we try to look out for now. Every development that comes through, we learn something and we try to tighten it up and say, here's something we need to think about. And so, yeah, I'm not sure why they promised and why they didn't, but we would try to stay away from those type of promises, honestly, and put it on the developer to have a plan to say, if you're going to build it, you better be able to make it work.
so Betsy, Country Acres, a lot of it's still on septic?
Yes,
Yes.
A lot of it is.
but it cost us a lot to get off a septic. I want people to understand that the city did not come and do that
No.
without any cost. We had to spend a lot of money, personal money, to get that sewer system to our house.
There might have been a problem because there's so many hills and stuff that there would have been so many lift stations that, I don't know. I have no idea.
Because
I'm
we
just saying.
did tie into a close lift station. Because Camp Siloam had it. And we back up to Camp Siloam.
I can tell you, somebody who had septic, me, because there was no sewer out there until Savannah Lane, 18 acres got put in. I had to have my septic system pumped 3 or 4 times, and it was always major
So did
problem.
we.
So it's not, I mean, even though it's cheaper, it's not always cheaper in the long run in terms of the problems that can.
Especially if it's sitting on the ground.
Anyone else? I just have one question for you, Don. It's been 15 years since we looked at annexation in this city. And I know that all the communities around, I'm pretty sure that all of the communities around us have already stepped up and done a lot of annexations in their areas for this very reason. They didn't want development to happen and then them have to pay for not only the annexation, but for buying out all of those customers. Do you see this as we're at the point where we really have to almost do this?
Interesting question. So, a couple things. We're different because we are a utility provider. That cost is not necessarily borne to every community that annex because they don't own their power. We do. There's a gift to it, which we enjoy that. So here's the other side when we have to pay. On the flip side of it, I think this reflects what we think is smart at this point in time. I know there are some communities who said we're done when annexing. I think Rogers is there today. I believe I read that somewhere. But this, that's why it is what it is. It's not going all the way out to Taylor Corn Road on 412. It's not taking it, it's what we think is manageable and responsible and smart for our future growth. And it will require us to do some renegotiation of our extraterritorial jurisdiction, but it's all going to be worth it in the end, we believe. So to be quite honest with you, and I'm speaking for myself, and Ben can correct me if I'm wrong, we feel like this is the smartest approach that we've seen and that we can come up with and feel comfortable standing in front of you and presenting it, honestly. Because what we say in our world, if we can't buy it, we can't turn around and sell it to you. And we would have been hard pressed in a lot of other areas if it didn't look like what it looks like today.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Just-
All right. Yes,
just
David.
Another question. In terms of, Don, in terms of what you were talking about going up 59, how the electric's been run north towards Gentry. I know Gentry has been pushing further and further south. Would it be wise to, on both sides of 59, go a little further north? Just on that small little area.
Good question. We did put that into our thought process. We're going to where our water is today. Now, honestly,
that's where the water is, right?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, because it's Shady Grove. Am I saying that right?
That's Davidson right there.
Yeah, Davidson.
Yeah.
So, what? Honestly, if I had my druthers, we would have told them to wait until we annex, because then we annex and people wanted to build right away. But we understood why they felt the urgency of going north, because sometimes it is a race to get to a certain point to keep another utility provider from coming in. In this case, water.
Nice presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Christina, anything that you'd like to add?
No, thank you.
No? Okay. If not, then we will stand adjourned for this workshop. We will reconvene at 6:30 for our regular board meeting. Call to order this regular session of the Siloam Springs Board of Directors for June 6th, 2023. Roll call.
Blair.
Here.
Miley.
Here.
Wiles.
Here.
Hunt.
Here?
Rissler.
Here.
Allen.
Here.
Carroll.
Here.
At this time, if you will please stand with me as Director Blair leads us in a word of prayer, and please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Dear Lord, thank you for bringing us all here together tonight. I ask that you watch over us and guide us in all the discussions that we have. May we always be respectful and learn to hear each other and communicate well. Guide us in our decisions. Thank you so much for this wonderful town, city that we live in. Bless all of its residents, its employees. Help us all to do the best we can and to do your will in all that we do. Watch over and guide our first responders. Watch over and guide everyone in this state, in this country, and the world we live in, and help us to do your will in all that we do. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. May be seated. At this time, I would like to ask that anyone that has an electronic device, please silence that or turn it off so that we're not interrupted during the meeting. And thank you for that. And before we open the floor for our public input, Jonathan Barnett is going to give a real brief update to the board concerning the screening committee. Jonathan?
Thank you, Mayor. Jonathan Barnett, 604 Hickory Lane, Siloam Springs, Arkansas. Well, good evening. I want to kind of give you all an update on where we're at. As you all well know, you all appointed 4 members to serve on this committee. Randy Torres, who's the president of Generations Bank here locally, and I know everybody knows Randy, been very involved in the community. David Jackson, who's the CEO of Simmons Foods, and David's been a real asset. Carla Wasson, who's a local attorney, and then myself. And it's interesting because 3 of the 4 of these people on the committee have been born and raised in Siloam Springs, so we're all local, and so we care about the community just like you all do, and have a lot of love for this city. So really the committee is getting along very well, and we're making really good progress. The first 1 or 2, we kind of got our groove going, you might say, and now then we're just doing very well. We worked all day Monday on interviewing. We worked all day today interviewing. Got through about 5:15 this evening, and then we're taking tomorrow off, and we're working Thursday and Friday. So what you all did to us was you're making us take about 70 to 80% of our work week away from us, from our businesses and what we do for a livelihood, and we're donating our time to the city, which is what good citizens do. So we're very pleased to be able to do that. Randy Torres we've kind of appointed him to be our front person, so he does the introductions, starts the questions. It's interesting because he introduces each one of us and tells who we are and so forth, and he actually introduces me as a local businessman and somebody that's been involved in local and state politics in the last few years. So it's going very well. I think you will be very pleased with the quality of the candidates that have applied for the position. There's some real good ones so far. We're halfway through. We got more good ones to go, but there's some really good candidates, and I think you all will be very pleased with the final 5 or whatever we come up with or whatever you want. I think you'll be very pleased, and you'll be off to a really, really good start. We appreciate having a board member in there with us. It's been very helpful. Lisa's done a really good job. There's just a lot of things that we don't have answers for, and we need that coordination with you all, the board. So that's worked out very well, and so thank you all very much for that. But that's pretty much it. I feel really good about everything. I think that everybody's going in the right direction. I think you're all in the city of Siloam Springs will be very pleased. And but I'd be glad to answer any questions if you have any. But that's just my report. I thought somebody should come before the board and give you all kind of a progress report and let you all know that all is calm, all is good, all is collective, and we feel really good about it. So just want to report that to you.
Appreciate that, Jonathan. Thank you very much.
Uh-huh.
And with that, we will open the floor to anyone that would like to address the board on any item that is not on our regular agenda. Please come to the podium and give us your name and address, and you will have 3 minutes.
Okay, Jamie O'Kelly, and I live on Shady Grove Road. Do you have to be in the city limits to be able to speak? I am in Siloam, but...
You do not.
Okay. All right, so I just wrote out this statement before I came in today. I had short notice, so I'm just going to read straight off this paper. Many people are concerned about the Pride event coming this weekend. Unfortunately, they are also fearful of speaking out. There may be no civil discussion and debate over whether or not Pride celebrations and story hours are appropriate. This is now called hate. I hope this will soon change because the majority of us that are concerned about our children. As a parent, I was able to choose what my children were exposed to. At school, the library, or the park, they were safe from being taught things that went directly against our values. We taught our children to love everyone, but we have a biblical standard for how we live. And just a side note, I have several grandchildren now being raised in Siloam Springs. Now this is not the case. We are presenting children with very grown-up ideas and behaviors. The innocence of childhood is interrupted with fixation on gender ideology and sexually charged adult performances, tight clothing, swinging hips and breasts and bottoms, and grown-up music. There was a drag show for all ages at 9 o'clock in Siloam last year, if I'm not mistaken. Now that there's a law against the presence of minors at such adult performances, will Siloam Springs authorities be prepared to intervene if this happens again? Citizens and churches of Siloam Springs must stop hiding from these issues. Silence is consent. If you love your neighbors and your neighborhood and your schools and your children, you must speak up in wisdom and truth. It's not comfortable to stand here and feel vulnerable and awkward. But my conscience will be clear when I look back and know I spoke up for our community, and especially our children. I pray for Siloam Springs. I pray for the churches that they will engage and minister to those who are lost and confused. I pray we all find our courage and exhibit compassion.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? If not, is there anyone that, I'm sorry.
Kelsey.
Go ahead, Kelsey. An address.
Hello, Madam Mayor. Kelsey Howard, 312 South College Street. And I just wanted to say thank you again to all of our board members for the work that they do. And I also wanted to address just some concerns from the previous meeting. I was a little bit unsettled about Director Allen's his direct report, which was in the board packet, which is what I'm referencing. I was curious if we could have a little bit more information about the intent behind the phrasing "most all religion," and I'm in favor of the vision for the city being in fairness to all. So whether it's a one-on-one meeting or email, that is just something I wanted to speak out about and just make sure that people of Siloam Springs know that no matter what God you serve, that you are all welcome. And I think that we all would agree with that. So I hope it was just a difference of phrasing. So I hope we can get that clarified. And was also a little bit unsettled too about the mentioning of gender as in the context of welcoming. So I just want to, I as a Christian woman And as a citizen, I want to just say that Siloam Springs should be open to people who worship any god of any religion and who identify in any gender, and that this is a welcoming space. And I also wanted to I wanted to say that those of the citizens who have expressed some concern about the actions of some of our board members and the Unite Siloam movement to hold some of our leaders accountable and ask questions, that continues to be an extremely bipartisan effort. And I wanted to make sure that our leaders and our citizens know that it is so important for all of us to stay civically engaged, to register to vote, to know what ward you live in, and to be in communication with your board members about what you want to see done. So again, I do sincerely thank our board members, because it's a difficult job that you have, and thank you for in any encouragement you can make to our citizens to stay civically active and to stay engaged in this difficult process with so much nuance. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Good evening. I'm Matthew Dromey, 2206 North Carl Street. I wanted to make a couple of quick comments about our first commentator that we heard from earlier. I apologize for not catching your name or remembering it.
I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
If you would please speak into the microphone. We are recording.
Very good.
Thank you.
I apologize for not catching your name earlier. I'd love to refer to you by name if you don't mind. Jamie? Okay. Thank you, Jamie. Thank you, Jamie. Jamie's comments earlier, while heartfelt, I think are worth a counterpoint, primarily because of the logical fallacies associated with some of the positions that are held by those who would agree with Ms. Jamie. Primarily the appeal to majority, as well as the straw man argument and the appeal to emotion. There's a longer list, but I don't want to bore you in particular with that. I didn't start my timer. Would it be appropriate for me to get a read back? Okay. The most important thing, I think, in terms of the safety of our children is what is required for them to attend and what is unsupervised or invited to be unsupervised for them to attend. For a very simple example, I keep my kids out of businesses where I recognize that they might have scary movies, or we don't so much have this problem anymore, but a couple of decades ago we did have some video rental businesses around where I wouldn't let my kids walk into every room in the building, even on the public-facing side of it. I wanted to make sure that everyone at least had a chance to hear and consider the possibility that hate is not the word that I would use to describe. I'll speak only for myself, that I would use to describe those who have a concern about the well-being of their children and what their children are forced to have access to and what their children cannot avoid having access to and what their children will have access to apart from their consent and apart from their supervision. I think it's an incredibly important distinction. Not so much because my personal beliefs are on the line, but simply because the folks that would like to protect their children absolutely should. And I think that's why the Pride events are not held in schools and are not compulsory, and parents are not excluded from supervision or from excluding their own kids from those events. I don't suppose you have any questions, but I'd love to yield the balance of whatever time I have here.
Thank you very much.
Sure. Thank you, Judy.
Is there anyone else?
Rebecca Wyatt, 1109 East Jewel Street. And I wanted to address a couple of the comments. So, I'm a conservative Christian, And I do not feel comfortable taking my grandchild downtown during the Gay Pride Month, and any more things across the country. You know, we as Christians, we do not want our children seeing same-sex people kissing in public. We do not want to see what we consider inappropriate behavior, and we have always been that way in America until recently. Things are just getting so dark that we feel that we don't have any choice. We have to stay out of the public parks. We have to stay out of the public libraries. And we love these people, but we don't want our children, our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren, and the lines coming, past them, to have to be raised in public school with not knowing what name we can call them, what gender we can call them. I mean, things are just getting ridiculous. And we're the ones that are paying the price, and our children and all these people. How many kids, they don't know if they're a girl or a boy. And it's just getting ridiculous. So I just want to say thank you that I still have a place that I can say this in my city. And I hope that will continue. And I hope that we can feel safe to come downtown and with our kids so that they aren't seeing things that are inappropriate. We don't want them to learn about sex even between a man and a woman before an appropriate age, let alone this kind of stuff. So I'm just wandering. I'm just saying my thoughts without writing them down, but it's just my thoughts. And they are based on biblical scriptures. But I just thank you all for listening to me, and we'll just keep praying. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? If not, is there anyone that would like to address an item that is on our consent agenda tonight? I'm sorry. Arthur, do you have something you wanted to say?
That's okay. I'm Arthur Holbert, 20705 Highway 16. Didn't plan on saying anything, but I kind of said it before. I do think we need to love everyone, but that doesn't mean you promote everything. And there's a big difference between that. And also, personally, I'm not supportive of a recall of any board members of our city. I think we have great city board members, and we need to support them. We have a great town, and happy to be a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Yes, sir.
I wanted to just echo that. I also don't support any recall.
Please give us your name and address.
Kent Wyatt, 1109 East Jewell Street. Thank you for the reminder, Madam Mayor. I also don't support any recall. I think that we have a great board. I was just really impressed by the professionalism that we just witnessed in the meeting that we had right before here. I'm happy that the consensus that I see and the things that you're doing. But I also am very concerned about where the city is going and the direction it's going. And with the regards to the LGBT issues in particular, this is a matter that is about sex. And we need to be very clear about that. If you take that out of this equation, you don't have anything left. And it is a matter of our children being exposed at such young ages to things that they are not able to comprehend. They are not able to make wise choices. And it really comes down to the people that are required to protect those children, or we should be able to expect to protect those children, are no longer doing it. They're no longer taking that mantle up for our next generation. And we are reaping the benefits of that, or the detriments, I should be specific about, of that in this nation. And we do see things changing across this country. It is not a matter of something that is just going to blow away or things like that. It is altering the shape of humanity in this country and maybe in the world. It is something that we have to be aware of. Is this what we want to happen? Is this where we want to go with this? Do we want our kids altering themselves at these young ages when they have no idea what they're doing? And anybody that thinks that, I have to say, I can't understand where that kind of thinking comes from. And if you want respect, I think you have to take a step and say, this is insanity. And if the LBGT community wants respect, they need to step back and not embrace every insanity that comes up before them every time that it happens. That is something that is very much in the mind of everybody around here, I think, and I think that it is a majority of people that think like that. They don't want this to happen. And I think that it comes down to we need to make a stand and say some things and let people know that this is not acceptable. We're not going to tolerate it in this city. We have a chance to do that. This is a place where you can do that. And this is something that I just really encourage all of you to take a really hard look at what you're doing, where you're doing it, and how you're doing it, and all the little things, because those little things make a difference. Every little thing does. And our generation that's coming up is going to pay the price for what we do now.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? If not, we will move on then to, is there anyone that would like to speak to an item that is on our consent agenda tonight? If not, we will move on to the consent agenda. Item A, regular meeting minutes, May 16, 2023. Item B, dedication of utility easements 307 and 403 Meadowbrook Circle. Item C, dedication of utility easements 19,000 block of Star Road. Item D, dedication of utility easements to 23792 Sycamore Heights Road. Item E, mutual aid agreement, Municipal Electric Systems of Oklahoma. Item F, budget amendment, Community Development Department, Parks and Rec Division for the Family Aquatic Center, Cashiers. Directors, is there any item that you would like to have pulled for further discussion? If not, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve. Roll call.
Smiley.
Yes.
Wiles.
Yes.
Hunt.
Yes.
Rissler.
Yes.
Allen. Carroll.
Yes.
Blair.
Yes.
Motion is approved. Next are the regularly scheduled items. We will start with contracts and approvals. Architectural services contract for the fire department, Fire Station Number 1, Matthias J. Pearson, architect. Chief Kreiner, that would be for $165,000.
Thank you, Mayor and Board. Jeremy Kreiner, Fire Chief. For your consideration tonight is the architectural services contract. This will be for the design work for Fire Station 1. So the gist of the contract, or the gist of the project, is going to be design work for adding office space and remodeling of some current office space. We need to add an apparatus bay to the south side of the building, and then also increase our conference room and training room space. And so that contract will allow us to do that, to begin that construction aspect of it. So you'll see in the memo that there's an estimated $3 million for construction cost. That is a moving target. It is hard to estimate what a construction cost would be for a building that's not yet been designed, and so that will be somewhat of a moving target moving forward. The initial cost in our budget for this year, we had allocated $450,000 in our capital budget to begin the design work, or to complete the design work, and then also start on the first phase of construction. And so the remaining amount we would be asking for in future budget years as we get the design work finalized. With that, staff's available for any questions.
Thank you. Directors, questions?
Madam Mayor?
Yes, David.
Even though this was approved in the budget, this project has still not been voted on and approved by the board. We've not had a workshop on it. There's not been anything presented as to what the overall vision is. And so I would make a motion to table this until we've either had a workshop or we've had one-on-one meetings with each board member to explain I mean, $3 million is a lot of taxpayer dollars. Yes, it's coming out of sales tax, but we need to know where it's going. To first thing, put out a contract for an architect without actually having the overall vision and the actual vote to go forward with this, is reminiscent of the East Main project, where it had all the engineering and everything done before the board actually ever voted to move forward with it. And so I make a motion to table this until we have further information about the project.
We have a motion to table. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to table until further information. Roll call.
Wiles,
Yes.
Hunt,
No.
Kistler,
Yes.
Allen,
Yes.
Carroll,
No.
Blair,
Yes.
Smiley.
No.
Motion to table is approved. We will, David, in your motion, you said until we have further information such as?
Either a workshop or
Okay.
one-on-one meetings with the board members.
Okay.
Madam Mayor.
So, Christina, you understand that as part of the motion?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
So we don't delay it, can we have the workshop next meeting? Would that work for you, Jeremy, if we did, so we don't delay it?
We have something scheduled already.
We have
Oh,
one
we do.
scheduled.
Have something on that day.
Here we go.
I'll have to look.
What do we have? We have another workshop on the next board meeting?
Yes.
What is it on?
June 20th is on short-term rentals.
Comes Dawn.
And July 5th is the Rotary Smart presentation. So, Don?
So as it relates to the short-term rentals, we will absolutely move that further down the road to allow that discussion to happen if that's your pleasure. So just wanted to make sure I spoke to that.
Okay, thank you. So, directors, is that agreeable to you that the June 20th meeting be when we have our workshop for the presentation concerning the fire station? Okay, I see everyone. And Jeremy, are you good with that?
That-
Yes?
That works for you.
Okay, perfect. So, Christina, we'll move that? Correct. Okay, thank you, ma'am. All right, so, moving on. Next item is the Memorandum of Understanding for the Manna Center. And Christina?
The proposed memorandum of understanding between the city and the Manna Center would allow the Manna Center to have the option to lease the land owned by the city and build a new facility on that property for 7 years. The land lease proposed is similar to ones provided at the airport, and terms would be negotiated at the time the Manna exercised its option to lease. The memorandum, if approved, would restrict the city's ability to develop, sell, or lease the land during those 7 years. And I'm available for any additional questions.
Thank you, ma'am. Directors, questions?
Madam Mayor, I just have a
Indeed.
comment. In the actual memorandum of understanding, Manna Center is spelled incorrectly, so we probably want to make sure it matches the name of or matches the spelling.
I corrected it in the copy I printed.
Okay, great, thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, David.
I may be wrong. I seem to recall when Marla made the presentation, the question of urgency, and I thought she said this could be later this year, it could be the first of this year, so I'm questioning what is the sense of urgency to do this right now?
The only urgency was that the board had requested that we return to them with the memorandum of understanding.
David, do you have other questions?
Well, I thought there was a really good point in the second paragraph that there is a chance of a recreation center that would involve Boys and Girls Club down the road. And if that happened, their building would become available. And so.
That's correct. Basically, the way we set this up was so that all we're doing is giving them the option to lease, and what that does is it gives them the ability to fundraise. And the fundraiser will either go towards the Boys and Girls Club facility and renovating that, or it will go towards building the new facility on the leased property from the city. But they still needed the opportunity. They needed something from us in writing to be able to begin the fundraising. So that is what the memorandum of understanding is.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Carol.
My original idea of that piece of property was that it was going to be used, it was dedicated and purchased to be used as a fire department station. So I would like to hold off until we have some recognition about what's happening with our fire stations.
Jeremy, can you speak to that, or Don, would you all speak to that about what the intent was and where we are now?
Sure, Jeremy Kreiner, Fire Chief. Currently, the fire department has no interest in the property to date. We've looked at the property and future fire station locations, and it would not fit within our current plans.
I mean, I'm not objecting to that. I'm just saying in my, when we first looked at that piece of property, it was designated as a good area for another fire station. So I just wanted to have that talk and a workshop or something on what that would entail before we gave that piece of property up for another entity.
That's why we held it for so long.
Sure, yeah. I remember when we bought that was the original intent. However, I think that those plans have changed due to growth and the direction that we have gone. Is that correct?
Several years ago we presented to the board our plans when we redesigned Fire Station 2. I'd be happy to revisit that in a workshop if that
And I
would
understand
be at
that.
the board's
I just
pleasure.
want to be sure that we're not giving up on a piece of property that might be needed for the city at some point.
Well, and it's been a few years since we've done that, and so we'd be happy to relook at our future growth and what that may look like. So we'd be happy to address that in a workshop or another staff report later on.
I know we're heading in a different direction now. I mean, our growth is. But if we could just have that talk.
Sure.
Somebody pointing at somebody.
Did you have, Don, I think maybe has some input to this conversation?
Don Clark, Community Development Director. Not to try to add confusion to the matter, Jeremy alluded to the fire station remodel. We also brought a few years back property that was owned by the city and future plans for it and what we could and couldn't do. And this was, at that time kind of outside that scope. And so what this letter of commitment does, one or two things for Marla, and she kind of alluded to this that night, is allows them to have those conversations, that they have something. Either one, if we're successful in moving forward and bringing something to you that you would approve and allow a recreation center to be built, that exploring that process with the Boys and Girls Club is there. Also for the Boys and Girls Club, it shows them that we're open to that idea, so it gives them a little bit of commitment from the city as well by doing this. And at the end of the day, there's no permanent decision here. It's just an if and when type of a situation. So I just wanted to make sure I clarify what the intentions were and why we're bringing it, just to kind of give them some assurances that they can have conversations with folks and point to this MOU or letter of commitment, whatever you want, to say, hey, we've got something should you feel compelled to give. Right. We all know in the fundraising world, it's all about what we have right now. And so I think a concern there is they wait till later. People may not be as able to give. And so if they're able to set up a foundation and procure those proceeds, they can utilize it in one or two areas. As Christina said, they could either, if we choose to, if you're comfortable after Jeremy comes back in that workshop, and I think he can address that at that same time, and y'all feel comfortable in the future leasing this property to them, then they can build greenfield development, or If we're successful in some type of proposal that you're comfortable with, and we move forward with a rec center, and the Boys and Girls Club is located there, they can use those funds to then retrofit the building for their use. So just wanted to make sure we kind of got that out there.
Thank you.
And I understand that, and it's good that we're going to address this piece of property and the Manna Center. And I know these two kind of go together, the way you've got them listed here. But I would like to have a more formal meeting or a workshop on that, so we know where we're heading.
So would you be comfortable with that workshop being a joint workshop for this next meeting where
That's
we...
fine with me. Let's get it going.
I think Jeremy's presentation, he can cover a lot of where they're, I know that he did put a lot of research into it as it relates to ISO ratings and response times into that, and he can bring that science back to you and that data so you can, jog your memory. And I'll be here at the same meeting, and if there's questions about that particular property and what we're planning on doing with it, we can address it at that point in time and answer all those questions.
I think that's a very good idea to do them both at the same time.
And so for that, we would table this until, I would probably say, the first meeting in July.
So that we have time to have that discussion and then...
So it would be the first meeting in July.
Yes, ma'am. That would be July 5th, I believe.
Bring this memorandum back.
After y'all have had time to digest what Jeremy's going to present to you. Correct.
That would be the July 5th meeting.
Need a motion and second.
To table.
Table.
I would make that motion to table.
Okay. Second. Have a motion and a second to table. Roll call. I'm sorry.
Second.
Oh.
Lisa. Okay.
Roll call.
I will vote in favor because we've now got additional information. So yes to tabling.
Whistler.
Yes.
Allen.
Yes.
Carroll.
Yes.
Blair.
Yes.
Swiley.
Yes.
Wiles.
Yes.
Motion to table is approved. So Christina, we'll move forward with that joint workshop.
Correct.
Thank you. Next are the ordinances. Ordinance 23-10, third reading, amending section 102-21 of the City Municipal Code, rezoning from A1 to PD, the 2000 block of East Tahlequah Street. Ben?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the board. Ben Rhodes, Senior Planner. Before you is the third and final reading, 4.39 acres from rezoning from A1 to PD on East Tahlequah Street. Staff has not received any additional comments since the last reading on the rezoning, and staff and the Planning Commission continue to recommend approval, and we're available for any of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Directors?
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Ken.
Ben, maybe I missed it as I was reading through. The wetlands that are to the north of this, are they protected? Or are they just designated?
I don't have that answer. I mean, this rezoning will not impact the wetlands directly. Kevin, do you happen to know that?
Kevin Moore, City Engineer. The wetlands to the north of this, the northern boundary line of this annexation is actually city property once you go north of that, so that won't be included in this development. They'll have to do additional, at least a site visit, probably to determine whether there are any wetlands on this specific rezoning property, but they don't have the ability to go north of that onto the city's property.
So what happens if they find that, yes, there are wetlands on this property?
They would be restricted in what they can do. That doesn't necessarily keep them from doing any development. It would just limit, if there were enough wetlands there and enough impact to the wetlands, it would limit what they could do with the project.
So at what point of the process does that take place?
The design engineers would need to, they could start that process anytime. We'll see this again as a significant development with what they're currently proposing as PD. So we'll have another chance to view their actual proposal for developing the lot. they can start the process at any time by having either themselves, if they're comfortable with it, or an environmental specialist go out and identify plant species and things like that on the lot to determine if there are wetlands there. And then there are thresholds. I believe they can disturb either a 1/10 of an acre or a 1/4 acre without any sort of permitting involvement. So, but if they exceed that, then they would need core involvement.
So, just so I'll know, I mean, you've answered the question, and I appreciate that. These are protected then. It's not just a designation, it is a protected area. Up to what you're saying could be encroached upon.
I believe there's no protection on the area on their lot. So unless it's determined wetlands, then there are different thresholds there's no statement anywhere that says they can't develop this lot in some way.
Right. I just, for a long time, I've heard that wetlands area discussed, and I've just been curious as to whether it's, we have some, or it seems to, we've got areas that we just kind of designate as a nature area, and then we've got some that are protected nature areas. And to me, those are two different things. And so that's what I was curious about. The other thing I was going to ask, if you can answer, why the change in setback from 25 to 15 feet?
So with a PD zone, they're allowed to customize their setbacks and such based off of the proposed development standard. And with the way that they're set up, the townhomes will be facing along Tahlequah Street. Then there's going to be a back parking lot and then another round of townhomes back behind that. And so in order to make that work with their layout, they needed to have a lesser setback on that northern side. So that's why they requested that.
Okay. But everything with that being done still meets the requirements.
Right. They can customize the requirements in the PD zone, and that's what they've done. Yeah.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Related to your line of questioning, have we heard any concerns from citizens that are in this general area about this particular development?
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, they would have been furnished on the staff report if we had any letters or anything. So.
Anyone else? If not, is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak to this area, this rezoning? If not, Board, do I have a motion to place this ordinance on its third reading, suspending the rules and reading title only?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Rissler.
Yes.
Allen.
Yes.
Carroll.
Yes.
Blair.
Yes.
Smiley.
Yes.
Wiles.
Yes.
Hunt.
Yes.
Motion is approved. Christina?
Ordinance number 23-10, an ordinance amending section 102-21 of the Siloam Springs Municipal Code, city zoning map, rezoning from A1 to PD, property located at the 2000 block of East Tahlequah Street.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to adopt ordinance 23-10?
So moved. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Allen.
Yes.
Carroll.
Yes.
Blair.
Yes.
Smiley.
Yes.
Wiles.
Yes.
Hunt.
Yes.
Rissler.
Yes. Motion to adopt is approved. Next is ordinance 23-11, second reading, annexation of 10 acres, 2603 South Lincoln Street. Megan, I believe this is yours.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is the second reading for annexation request to annex in 10 acres of property located at 2603 South Lincoln Street as R2 residential medium and C2 roadway commercial. Staff is still recommending approval of this request with no needed conditions, and staff is available for any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Directors?
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
I continue to hear from citizens in the area. The drainage, the flooding is getting worse as they build. I would like to table the annexation until it's taken care of, because this new addition appears to be making things worse.
So you want to table the second reading of ordinance 2311?
Until some of these things get addressed. There was already a problem and it's growing.
So we will have a third reading.
Right.
Okay. So would you like, I mean, Kevin, do you have, or Don, do you all have some answers maybe for what she's asking here concerning this?
Don Clark, Community Development Director. At this time, there's not a proposal for development, correct? It's just the annex. The proposal for development would then come to you, and in my opinion, is where we would drill down into those, because all this does is annex it in. It doesn't give them the entitlement rights to go to development. That would have to come before you, and at that point in time, that's where we can address those concerns. Just wanted to, bring that up, because if we tabling it can happen, or you can vote no, but as it relates to, just want to make sure that I'm very clear. Is there a development tied to this particular one? And so is it on this one?
Haven't they already started development? I mean, it's Stubbs Court.
So it's
south
the
of South Point.
They're pushing dirt.
So it's a preliminary plat, and so it comes back as a final, but it doesn't stop them from developing in the county, and those issues could still be there. Am I correct? And so we can investigate as it relates to that final plat before it's approved. And I think we have some recent information you've given us to look into directly, and we're going to do that. And we can address that at the final plat stage, or staff can. But, it doesn't, not annexing this in doesn't stop the development, correct? Ben?
Yeah.
That correct?
And I understand that. I guess I want them to feel some teeth. Because you all have seen a lot of the videos, I assume, and it's getting worse.
Mm-hmm.
And I assume the developer really wants to annex this in. I want to make sure something happens, because they haven't started the actual building, but the dirt's there, and South Point is already getting more and more flooded, and across the highway.
So final plat, in my opinion, is where the teeth comes, because if they don't get final plat approval, they can't sell the lots. So we can then do that investigation now with that information that was given, and bring that back to you at the final plat for you to choose whether or not you want to approve it, and say, here's our investigation into what's happening, what was supposed to happen, and our understanding from the drainage report from the preliminary plat. And if it's not functioning in that matter, we wouldn't be bringing the final plat to you for approval anyway. But that is where the teeth is. I mean, you can still not approve the annexation, but I'm just saying that it still has to come before you for your approval. The final plat development, meaning that it's good to go, and we're saying they can proceed with it.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Are you doing this because of drainage?
Yes, I've had a lot of complaints.
Okay. And I know there's been some issues going back from the very beginning with this piece of property for the last 3 years or so, because I've been to some meetings. I personally haven't seen any drainage.
I can send you videos.
That's fine.
It's
Do that.
horrible.
I would like to have some.
Right.
And it's getting worse.
And that's the information that staff will use to ascertain is what they propose functioning the way it's supposed to be. And if it's not, then we would address it there before it's brought to you on a final plat. They can't come for a final plat until we do a final inspection, or they put up bonds to fix those things. But in this particular case, since you brought this to our attention, we're definitely going to look into it and make sure we know what's going on before we get to that stage.
So if we pass this and the final plat comes, we can say no. They can't develop.
You can say no at any time with the majority vote. It's your pleasure. Yes.
Yeah, because I know this is early, but I want the new drainage regulations, or whatever you want to call it, to apply to them.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, can I just ask a quick clarification? You say you're already hearing about issues on South Point. Is South Point commercial? Those are commercial buildings along there?
It's just along the north side of Stubbs Court. And it's
Okay.
also going across the street to,
There a church across the way there?
yeah.
There's houses across,
Okay.
there's a
And some
house
houses
across
too.
the
The,
street.
the church across the street's being affected too.
Okay. And then remind me, if they're in the county, even if they're within our mile radius, if they're in the county, they typically have a little bit, we have less restrictions. We're able to,
True.
is that right, or?
Ben reminded me of something very important.
Okay.
If they're annexed in, we don't have to give them our utilities. So if we don't annex them, then it would change their lot configuration considerably because they won't be able to connect to our sewer.
I think we would have more leverage if they were annexed, is the way it sounds like.
That's
Yes.
was my understanding.
Yes, and again, this information is new that was brought to our attention. Thank you for bringing it to our attention, but that is definitely something we're going to dig into and make sure we understand, because it could be an obstruction from construction that's blocking a channel. It could be simply simple as making sure that that's cleaned out and the water's going where it's supposed to go, or it could be that it's not functioning the way it was designed, and that's where we can then ask that be addressed before we bring a final plat to you to be approved.
And I'm fine with that, as long as this gets taken care of before they're allowed to go farther.
Before they're able to sell lots and build vertically.
Right.
Correct.
Is it, the buildings on South Point, or is it across the street, the church and the house that is having a problem?
Both.
I think from what we've seen, it could be both, and that's what we're going to look into. It could be part of the same issue when the water's heading north and potentially across the street. Honestly, I'm hesitant to say, hey, here's the problem until we look into it. But from the video evidence that was forwarded to us, it gave us a little bit of an assumption, but that's all it is at this point, is an assumption that will allow us to dig into it. But and there's a number of things you could do. You know, sometimes we bring these to you and say, well, they're not at the point of being finalized, so they want to put a bond on it. You can say the only way that they can do it is final with no bond. I mean, there's a lot of different avenues as it relates to that, and I think that the developer and his agent would be more than happy to look into those issues when we bring them to them, because it's something that needs to be addressed, or they know they can't, or the developer knows at that point in time what hangs in the balance is not being able to go vertical, sell the lots for it to go vertical, and that's where it's final. Yes, ma'am.
It's hard to see what's going on back there since they put that fence up.
And some of it's out front. That's what we saw, and again, water does strange things, and that's why we want to make sure we know kind of what's going on now and try to get it addressed now, before you said there's a neighbor we've got to go stand in their front yard with boots on and trying to figure out what happened.
Right, and that's a good point. What? That's a good point. If we can see what's in front of the fence, what's going on behind it. So, thank you, Dawn.
Anyone else? So I'm assuming you're
fine with
you're
going
withdrawing
forward.
the motion for, okay, just wanted to make sure. Okay. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to address this ordinance? Yes, ma'am. Please give us your name and address.
Diana Horton, 23063 Lawless. My husband and I pastor that church that you're talking about, and we received the videos from Saturday, the rushing of that. But 3 years ago, as Carol said, my husband and 2 or 3 others came up and talked to the city about this. So it is an ongoing problem, and it's more than just now. It's just, and it is getting worse. Our second building would have been flooded if it'd been more rain for that. So I think it's very important to get something done. I know somebody had asked to meet with somebody and has never received a call back, and it's been over a week on that issue. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? If not, then directors, I will come back to you. Do I have a motion to approve ordinance 23?
No,
I'm
please.
sorry.
Can I make a comment? What? I need to make a comment. I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
I was looking at Dawn. So we do have meeting set up for Monday at 9 a.m. to look at the church and go over, I'm not sure who all is going to be in attendance, but to look at the issue physically at the site. And so we will be looking at the drainage, the culverts, and everything else.
Thank you, Lisa. Any comments, directors? Any other questions? If not, then do I have a motion to approve ordinance 23-11, placing it on its second reading, suspending the rules, and reading title only?
So moved.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Carol.
Yes.
Blair.
Yes.
Smiley.
We'll vote on this one more time, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Wiles.
Yes.
Just move it forward, right?
Yes.
Hunt.
Yes.
Whistler.
Yes.
Allen.
Yes.
Motion is approved. Christina?
Ordinance number 23-11, an ordinance accepting the annexation of certain territory having the address of 2603 South Lincoln Street to the City of Siloam Springs, Arkansas, and assigning same to a ward.
Thank you. Next is ordinance 23-13, second reading, Personnel Authority. And Christina?
The board began a discussion on authority that it may wish to reserve for itself related to authority over the hiring and firing of specific personnel, and this meeting will provide additional opportunity for discussion of the matter.
Okay, thank you. So directors, comments or questions for
Madam
Christina?
Mayor,
Yes, Ken?
I think last meeting I commented on questions that I was trying to get answers to, and I did get some. I did not get some. I'm still, I don't know if uncomfortable is the word I want to use, but I am still researching this because I think it's important for us. And I kind of hate to be doing this again, but I'm moving that we table this because I would really like to look into this a little bit more. So I guess that's all I really need to say, but I move that we table this so more information can be gathered.
Okay, so I have a motion to table. Do I have a second?
Madam Mayor, I was not at the last meeting. I would like to know why this was brought up.
Madam Mayor, I can address it.
So I think we have to, Jay, if I'm not correct, we have a motion on the floor. So don't I have to have a second? Or if I don't have a second, we can't have discussion until we either have a second and it, is that correct? Or can we go ahead and have discussion without the second?
You can go ahead and have discussion.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Till the second comes, and then you'd have to address the motion.
Okay, thank you. So.
Okay, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
I brought it up because in the past I was told it was customary that the board, the city administrator did the hiring and the firing, but the board approved it. So like if a new person comes in, they can't decide like, oh, I don't like the color of your hair, or I want to bring in my own people. They could walk in and just fire people because it is an at-will state. And mostly, I don't have a dog in this fight. I wanted the directors to be able to discuss it. It provides another layer of protection to the department heads. And I was thinking too, I know certain positions were done in the past, but I wondered about if it would be good for all the department heads or not at all. It's just a layer of protection. It's not the board wouldn't have any power over, you know, deciding who is hired and fired. It would all be the city administrator. It's just a checks and balances to say, hey, there is cause, these are the reasons, or hey, I think this is the best candidate. That was all. And I brought it up for discussion to see how everybody felt about it because it had been mentioned before.
I have been on the board when both were part of it. When I first got on the board, we did have the power, and then we didn't. Municipal League does not think that they think that we are responsible for the hiring of the city administrator, and then he is responsible for hiring of the other personnel. I don't know why. I do not want the responsibility of overseeing anybody else other than the city administrator. I feel that that's not my responsibility. It's the city administrator's responsibility. But as a board member, you have that right to do what you feel is right for you.
And I'm not, the board wouldn't have any say in and day out or anything like that. It would just be making sure that somebody didn't decide to come in and clean house and just get
I
rid
think
of.
that's happened in the past.
And I've heard that too. So, I mean, you were a part of both ways. I mean, how did you think it worked before?
I think it works better when it's just the city administrator overseeing, because we do not see them on a daily basis. We do not get involved in the daily business of the police department or the department heads. That's the city administrator's responsibility, not the board of director. Our responsibility is the city administrator, and I will be very firm on that. But that's my opinion. There's 6 other people here, so I'm just telling you what I feel and what the Municipal League thinks. You can do what you feel is necessary. But I think the city administrator should have that authority.
Mayor?
David, and then back to you, Lisa.
Okay.
The AML, when they were here, explained the singular lawsuit that stated that the liability went to the individual board members. That happened because individual board members gave direction to fire and hire, and that is not anything of what is being proposed here. The only thing that's been proposed here is to have a backstop or a confirmation of a decision by the city administrator. The city administrator still makes the decisions to hire and fire. On certain positions, the board has to simply approve or disapprove. The only reason I think that it's a good idea is in case you have someone who you have, and I'm just being hypothetical here, but if you have an administrator, you have a department head who's doing a fantastic job, but they get in a one-time blow-up argument and the administrator just says, you're fired. With this, it would take the board having to back him up and say, no, wait a minute, we need to know why you want to fire this person, because he could very well be violating federal state law by making up something to fire someone for. So if you have a backstop to look after those people that you want to protect and make sure that they're not, as was said a minute ago, just cleaned house just because they want their friends or somebody to be brought into the job, then you have the board actually being able to confirm. It's not the board ever giving direction to, we want this person fired. You can't do that. There's no way. And it sounds like, of course, that's what the El Dorado case that AML kept referring to. But this situation doesn't at all include authority to give direction or make decisions about hiring and firing. They are a confirming decision based upon the administrator's decision initially.
It doesn't sound like that to me.
That's exactly that's exactly what it is supposed to be.
But is it?
Well, that's the way I understand it. That's the way I read it.
I'm just saying I'm not in favor of that. I think if you're going to hire a city administrator, you give them the full support of the board to make those decisions. That's what they are there for.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Lisa.
I see both sides of this. I'm glad that board of directors want to protect the employees. That shows that we care about the employees, because we really do care about the employees. But I've gotten to spend a lot of time in City Hall the last week or so, and a lot of time yesterday and today. And one of the stories I was told is about one director or department head used to work for another city, and in that city, the board voted in as city administrator, and the city administrator came in, wiped out the staff, and then quit the next day, almost as if he was hired to do that. So I understand the fear. I've worked in a government where you voted on the mayor, and every 4 years you have potentially a new mayor. And so there's a fear there, and I understand that fear. So I understand it from both sides. I did ask, I met with staff and asked them about their grievance procedure, and I do kind of want to read it. So a grievance is defined as an employee's formal expression of complaint or disagreement and or request for relief regarding employment conditions impacting safety, adverse employment actions such as suspension, demotion, or termination, or loss of pay, or benefits or seniority, and it goes on to more. Further down in it, it says department heads who have work-related grievances shall utilize the following procedures in working toward the resolution of their problem. These procedures shall be applicable to all grievance proceedings. And then it says, the first step in the grievance procedure is for the department head to discuss his or her problem with the city administrator within 3 working days of the incident leading to the grievance. The second, and it says more, but the second step is department heads pursuing the second step of the process should make their complaint knowing in writing to the city board of directors. This statement, which must be submitted at the next regular board of directors meeting, should include a brief description of the department head's complaint, a description of action taken or decision made by the city administrator, and an appeal from such action or decision. The city board of directors will consider the written complaint and decide by majority vote whether to intervene. In any event, the decision of the board shall be final. So there's kind of a layer in there. So that's where I've kind of wavered, because I do want to protect the employees. I want the employees to know we do care as directors. And I want you to know, as we're going through this application process, through the interviews, the employees have been thought of. Some of the people on the screening committee have asked for input from the department heads, and so while we're interviewing the candidates, we're taking that into consideration. And we're also taking the community into consideration by the people that we selected on that committee. And so I can see this either way. So I'm okay with it going to the third reading to collect more information, have more conversation, but I do want to give that input.
Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Yes, Betsy.
With the grievance, is it just if they have a problem, or does it include if they've been fired?
Yes, it says, sorry, I'm getting old and have to wear my glasses. It says demotion or termination.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Mindy.
Thank you for that information about the grievance policy. That does seem to be, to me, the backstop that maybe we're looking for in this proposal. I was one also that wanted to do some research at the last meeting, and I have gotten some answers. And in fact, I had several questions for Arkansas Municipal League, and they were finally able to answer those questions. I asked Renee to print those off because I knew you might be asking for them. So she's got those that she can give to you while she's passing them out. One of the things that came up at the last meeting as what seemed like a compelling reason to possibly go with this proposal was that the school board has to approve all the hires. But I actually checked into that and found that licensed certified, there's 2 types of employees in the school districts. There's a licensed certified and then classified. Your licensed certified are your teachers, your administrators. Those hires do go before the school board for final approval per state law. but they're presented as a group. You know, in the school system, you're only going to be hiring 2 or 3 times a year probably to prepare for the next year. So they go as a whole group rather than individuals, which this would be more of an individual thing. Some school districts even do that as a consent agenda, my understanding is. But then the classified non-certified positions do not go before the school board except just as an announcement from the superintendent. And I've also hired these people. So yes and no on how the school board handles it. We've also talked a lot about the mayoral form of government. Mayors actually have the exclusive right to appoint and remove department heads, subject to a 2/3 override by the city council. And that override implies that the mayor can appoint or remove department heads without initial approval, which is basically the way we're doing with the city administrator. But then if the board doesn't like something that they've done after the fact, they can bring it up and override the decision. We've also talked a lot about at-will employment. And I found this article written by Brandy McAllister from the Association of Arkansas Counties Risk Management Litigation Council. Just a couple of paragraphs in that article. She says, it brings us back to the most often asked question when someone calls for employment advice. I thought we were at will, so why do I need a good reason to terminate? Her answer, because we are always preparing for the eventual employment lawsuit or EEOC charge that says you fired someone illegally. And it's illegal when it could be a person of, what's the term?
Protected class.
Protected class. Protected class. It's illegal if it's a protected class. So if you are faced with a charge of discrimination and have to explain to a judge or jury why you really fired that employee, explaining they were fired because you are an at-will employer and you did it because you can, that's not going to win the case. The jury is going to hear 2 stories. They're going to hear the story from the fired employee, which is that you didn't like them, you picked on them, they're part of this protected class, and then they'll hear the story from you, and according to this Brandy McAllister, most likely they're going to win. So not in that case, it would be the employee that was terminated would win and not the city. So I just have to kind of go back to the final advice from the AML Legal Counsel, which he alluded to when he was here a couple of weeks ago for a presentation, and then he also mentioned in the email back to me, he was very clear that we have the authority to do what we want to do, and that's why we decided, whenever we decided, to give the city administrator the full hiring and firing authority. But he, and I'm saying he, his name is John Wilkerson, he's legal counsel with AML, says allowing day-to-day employment decisions to be solely handled by the day-to-day executive officer makes for a less confusing and less problematic situation. I'll also note that the board has the sole and ultimate authority to terminate the city administrator, so if it does not like the decisions made by the city administrator, then it can fire that person. I note that because that is a very distinct difference between the city administrator and mayor-council governments. In the mayor-council, of course, the mayor can't be fired by the council. So I just have to go back to that final advice from AML, and my opinion is that we should keep the ordinance the way it is. And I don't know if that helps answer some of the questions, or you have some of the questions that may be answered here, but we do have another reading.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, David.
There may not have been a written policy or code about the positions, but it was precedent. The history of the city was that as mayor council, there was a situation where the mayor continued to fire the police chief would go before the judge would agree with the police chief, and he would have to be reinstated. And this happened 2 or 3 times where the police chief was reinstated to the befuddlement of the city council, and it helped change the public's view to go to a public vote to change a form of government. That was the impetus for why it changed in 1978. So that was the reason the board at the time said those 5 positions. They're going to hire a city administrator, but the city clerk, city attorney, fire chief, police chief would be approved for hiring and firing by the board after being chosen by the city administrator. So there was a reason for it. I have always looked at it as a checks and balances, the same way you have the different departments in the federal government. You certainly don't want a chief executive to threaten an employee with firing if they did not do something, even though that employee may be saying this is against the law. I don't care. I'm going to fire you if you don't do it. That's where you have a checks and balances that comes into play, that the chief executive knows he's not going to get away with a threat. And that happens. That happens at major corporations. It happens in governments all across the world. So it's a checks and balances that it was looked at. As the city code is written now, the city attorney is the only one that this board has approval to hire, to give approval to the city administrator for his hiring. So it is still within the city code for the city attorney. And until Administrator Patterson brought it to the board to change, the fire chief was also included. I don't know why the fire chief was the only one besides the city attorney that was actually put into writing, but for a very long time it was those 4 additional positions. And when I was mayor, this board did vote to hire the police chief after the selection was finished. It was brought to this board for a vote. So that was part of city code until Administrator Patterson wanted it changed. So I've looked at it as a checks and balances, and honestly, I don't mind tabling. I almost wonder if this is something that you would want the new city administrator to chime in on before you. So if it needs to be tabled to look at it again after you've hired someone, that's fine with me.
Madam Mayor.
Yes. Lisa, and then Betsy.
Okay. I do want to say, we were sent the case, the Leaphart versus Williamson case, and I did send the question in. I hadn't had a chance to forward it on to Jay, but it is a question I kind of would like answered. So after reading it, I do have a question. There's a difference in a mayoral and city administrator manager form of government. The alderman for a mayoral form of government is not necessarily over the mayor. The director is in a city administrator manager form of government. They are over the city administrator and manager. There's a distinct difference in the employment authority. So have we asked the AG specifically, because of the difference, if we as directors have immunity because of that difference? Because I know AML has repeatedly said when we are at the conferences, and John himself has said repeatedly at the conferences, and I just want our questions answered for everybody, because I believe in this grievance policy, but I also think that we should have all questions answered. But I know John himself and AML have both said, because there's so few city manager form of governments, they know more about the mayoral form of government than they do the city manager form. So we have a service. We have an attorney general that we can ask questions to. Have we bothered trying that route?
Personally?
I think Jay has an answer
Oh.
for her.
As far as I know, that's not a question that's ever been asked of the Attorney General. I can't think of any reason why there would be immunity for the board under those circumstances. But again, as far as I know, that's not a question that's ever been asked to my knowledge.
I'm just saying, because of the line of authority, there is a very distinct difference. And so, and a lot of the laws are written around mayoral.
I'm just not clear why that would create any kind of immunity.
Unless we ask, we don't know.
If the board is simply backing up what the city administrator has already decided, it's not like the board is actually directing the administrator to do something. The administrator is actually directing the board that this is what he's doing. So I honestly don't understand why any city employee would not want this personnel policy to be in effect, because it would protect the city employee from any city administrator who simply wishes to just fire for whatever reason.
So the concern that has been brought to me is it only lists a specific, we call them directors, but they're department heads here. And the fear is, well, I'm not on that list. Does that mean you're wanting to terminate me?
Say that again. I got lost there, Lisa. Can you talk?
So if you're a department head and you're not on that list, only if you are, and the ones that are not on that list, their fear is, does that mean you're wanting to terminate me, get rid of me, because I'm not on that list?
And that's one of the reasons I said, when I first said,
right.
I think if we're going to do it, we should look at department heads, and that protects everybody.
But that question has been asked.
I've been asked why all the department heads weren't included. I don't know.
Madam Mayor.
I think Reed may have asked that at the last meeting.
Yes, Reed.
I think Jay's heard from AML, but I think you've also heard from the school system on how they have viewed something like this, and I'd be interested to know how they have responded.
Yes, thank you. I did speak with Jody Wiggins, the superintendent of the Siloam Springs School District, about their hiring and firing processes and how that worked, given that there is a state statute that requires certain employees to be approved by the board. And much as Director Hunt stated, yes, there are two classes. The certified class, basically your educators and administrators, those go to the board to be approved. It is an action item on the agenda. It is done as a list. Jody said that in his 22 years of experience, there has never been anyone submitted on the list that was not approved. Never has even been anyone singled out for special consideration. It is just simply, it's submitted, they approve it. It's essentially a formality. As far as termination, their process is similar to our grievance process. The employee, he has the power to recommend termination, send the employee home. They have basically 30 days to file an appeal, which would go to the school board. If they haven't done so within the 30 days, then the termination would go into effect. If they do request the appeal, it would be heard by the board, who would have the final say. He said that, again, in over 2 decades, he said he was aware of 2 occasions when an employee chose to file an appeal of a termination. So he said it's very, very rare occurrence. As far as the formality of approving the hires, he indicated that they had received similar advice from their counsel as we have received from the AML. He said that there is a risk of liability to the board members if they do not approve someone who has been submitted for hire. He said once they have gone through the process of being interviewed, having their credentials checked, background checked, they've been vetted, they meet all the requirements, they've been picked by staff to be the most qualified candidate, that if the board at that point was to say, no, we don't want to hire you after all, said that would create an inference that the reason was because of some protected characteristic that they might have, unless, and he said he's never seen it, couldn't imagine, an example that there was some sort of, airtight lockdown reason that had escaped everyone up to that point, that only the school board was aware of, that the person would not be, qualified for the position. But he said they're advice from their counsel is to just to approve. Not to get involved personally in those decisions, because their counsel's opinion was that the individual board members could be liable if they were to go against the hiring advice from the superintendent. So that's what I found out from Superintendent Wiggins.
Thank you, Jay.
Thank you, Jay. So, Reed, do you have anything else?
I'll continue to say I'm not for this ordinance.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else? Yes, Betsy.
I'm sure everybody gets in their employee handbook the whole grievance process. But then does every employee read the handbook thoroughly and know it off the top of their head? I know you had to look for it and ask. I wondered, I don't know if it would be worth sending it out just to make it clear so employees know if there's a problem or an issue, or just, who knows that there's a grievance process and what it's like.
I do have a comment to that.
Okay, go ahead.
They do have to sign off that they have read and accepted the handbook. So if they didn't read it, legally they're responsible. The second thing is it's only for department heads. The city employees, they make it up to the city administrator. But there's a bunch of steps in between here. There's a grievance board that they create and everything. So this is only department head levels.
You think they're all aware of the process?
Well, one of the things whenever I was the vice president of human resources, you have to be responsible for yourself at some point. When you sign off and you say, I read and I received this employee handbook, you have to be responsible for that.
Same way where I'm employed. You're given the information, you're supposed to read it, and then you have to acknowledge that you have and you understand that. And once you do that, it's up to you. You're responsible for you if you haven't read what's in there. So
I don't know it now after this conversation.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Are
Carol.
we still on the ordinance for the authority of the city administrator and appointment of the fire chief, or are we talking about grievances?
We're talking about the personnel authority, and so we're still on that part. We had the motion to table this, but we've had a discussion during, after that motion, so we've still got that motion out there. So I still need to ask if there is a second to that motion to table.
I don't have a second, but I do know that every time I've been to a municipal league meeting, when they talk about employment with the board of directors, the word is stay away from anything that has to do with employment, other than what you're responsible for, which is the city administrator. Don't involve yourself in the hiring and firing or the employment of the other personnel, because you put yourself in a position that you may not want to be in. That's what AML has always said.
Okay, so with that, I have not heard a second.
I'll second, because if Ken wants time, I want to give him time.
Okay.
I think that's respectful.
So we have a motion to table ordinance 23-13 until our next regularly scheduled meeting. Roll call.
Madam Mayor, how is it?
We can't have a discussion. We've got a motion and a second, Mindy. So this is to table.
There's the question is, did he actually specify a time on his table?
Right. What's the
No,
difference
I
with
did
tabling and
not.
third reading?
I certainly don't want to be the reason it gets drug out any longer than it needs to. I would hope by the next meeting I could be ready.
Okay. And so what you're asking for, though, if I understand correctly, Ken, your motion is to table this for more information. And you have questions that you have submitted or you will submit for review.
I have
and-
asked questions and gotten answers to, and some of those questions have been put to rest based on the answers I've been given. Some of those answers have spurred on other questions.
Okay.
And that's what I am looking into.
That's what you want. Okay, okay. So Christina, I would ask then, with that knowledge, you are comfortable with us having all of this information ready for the next scheduled meeting? Yes or no? Because it's kind of got to be on your plate to move that forward.
I'm not clear on what information staff needs to provide, but we'll be willing to provide whatever.
Okay, okay. So we will then, Ken, are you comfortable with us, the motion stating the next meeting, or would you like it to be the first meeting in July?
I'm good with that if that would make it easier on staff.
First meeting in July?
Okay.
Okay. Got that in the motion, and is our second agreeable to that? Yes? Okay.
Madam Mayor, can you clarify what we're getting ready to vote on, please?
Yes, sir. So the motion is to table ordinance 23-13 until the first regularly scheduled meeting in July for the time for questions and information to be given to the board concerning this matter.
And Madam Mayor, will that then be the third reading then?
That will be the second reading.
That will be the second reading.
Yes,
okay.
ma'am. That will be the second reading at that time. Are we clear?
So that makes it farther out on what the city administrator's responsibilities of hiring and firing on our part is going to be when we're looking at hiring a replacement.
Yes.
Am I right?
That is correct. So we have the motion and the second. Roll call.
Blair.
Yes.
Smiley.
No.
Wiles.
Yes.
Hunt.
No.
Rissler.
Yes.
Allen.
Yes.
Carroll.
No.
Motion to table is approved until the first meeting in July, which will be July the 5th. Next is ordinance 23-14, first reading, annexation of 40.40 acres more or less of the 3100 block of North Mount Olive Street and the 700 block of West Pittsfield Street. Ben?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the board. If we can get the PowerPoint up, please. There we are. So yes, this is ordinance 2314, and what you're considering this evening is the annex in 40.4 acres and to zone that to R2, that's single family residential zoning. This is occurring at the 3100 block of North Mount Olive and includes the territory that you see in the hatching on the map, or the unannexed interiors of the properties on the frontages of Mount Olive. It should be noted that Resolution 3323 on your agenda for this evening also includes a portion of the same property, and that will be for a preliminary plat. But this one is just for the annexation right now. So here you see the map that was provided with the ordinance showing the full area for annexation for your consideration, outlined in red. Unlike previous annexations that you have reviewed, this one includes several property owners through a group petition. The county judge's order shows that the majority of the property owners and the majority of the land area are in favor of the annexation. If annexed, this area will be added into City Ward 1. Here is the future land use map for the area, showing the 2040 from the 2040 comp plan. This area is showing as neighborhood 1, which would be consistent with the proposed zoning, the R2 zone. As you can see there, the whole area will be for the zoning for R2, as I show on the graphic there. And lastly here, you see the proposal looking to the north. I've included both areas just for clarification. So the red outline is the annexation, but as I mentioned earlier, there was also a preliminary plat under consideration, so you can see that that's the smaller blue area within the larger red outline. So any questions regarding the actual subdivision, the design, drainage, all that should really be reserved for the consideration of Resolution 3323. This is just for the annexation. So staff is recommending approval of the annexation, and we're available for any of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Directors, any comments or questions concerning the annexation of this area?
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I just want to state that I will have several questions about the preliminary plat. I see some of the people in the area here, and so I just want you to know that there are questions, and we'll ask those then. So,
thank you. Anyone else? If not, is there anyone in the audience that would like to address the annexation for Ordinance 23-14? If not, directors, I'll come back to you and ask if you would like to place, excuse me, Ordinance, Ordinance 23-14 on its first reading, suspending the rules and reading title only.
So moved.
We have
Second.
a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Smiley,
Yes.
Wiles,
Yes.
Hunt,
Yes.
Rissler,
Yes.
Allen,
Yes.
Carroll,
Yes.
Blair.
Yes.
Motion is approved. Christina?
Ordinance number 23-14, an ordinance accepting the annexation of certain territory described as the 3100 block of North Mount Olive Street and the 700 block of West Pittsfield Street to the city of Siloam Springs, Arkansas, and assigning same to a ward.
Thank you. Next is Ordinance 23-15, first reading, vacation of utility easements for 224 and 302 South College Street. Megan?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Megan Thomas, Planner 1. This is the first reading for a request to vacate portions of an existing utility easement located at 224 and 302 South College Street. This is a survey of the two properties. Shown here in the middle, you can see the easement location that has portions to be vacated. The entirety of the existing utility easement is 60 foot in width, and the applicant is proposing to close 40 foot of that width, leaving a remaining 20 foot wide utility easement there. And this is the easement closure exhibit. There is an existing sewer line that utilizes this utility easement. However, the wastewater superintendent has confirmed that the remaining easements are sufficient to provide for existing and future needs. And this is the overall site view. I attempted to outline those easement locations so you guys could see what was being closed out there. Staff is recommending approval of this request with no needed conditions, and staff is available for any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Directors, comments or questions for this ordinance? Being none, is there anyone in the audience that has a question concerning this vacation of your easements? If not, directors, do I have a motion to place Ordinance 23-15 on its first reading, suspending the rules and reading title only?
So
Moved. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Wiles,
Yes.
Hunt,
Yes.
Rissler,
Yes.
Allen,
Yes.
Carroll,
Yes.
Blair,
Yes.
Smiley.
Yes.
Motion is approved. Christina?
Ordinance number 23-15, an ordinance vacating and abandoning portions of two utility easement right-of-ways at 224 and 302 South College Street.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, may I
Yes,
ask for
David.
a 5-minute recess?
Yes, sir. We will take a 5-minute recess. No. We'll call this Board of Directors meeting back to order. And at this time, we are moving on to our resolutions. Resolution 28-23, the significant development permit for the 1800 to 1900 block of Azlin Place, Meade Townhomes. Ben?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the board. So I will be presenting both resolution 2823 and 2923 right now, because they're both related, as you'll see. So I'll make presentations on both of those resolutions. What you're considering is two significant development permits for proposed townhomes. These are fourplex units located at the 18 to 1900 block of Azlin Place. Since this request is associated with also the resolution 2923, which is the next item on your agenda, I will present on that as well, as I was just saying. The total project is for 5 buildings on 5 different lots in the Meade addition. Each of these buildings are identical in design, containing 4 individual dwellings, thus being classified as multifamily for each of the lots. The applicant has bundled these lots together into a single SDP application. However, the remainder lot that does not adjoin is the separate one for consideration. That's the one at 1901 Azlin Place, and that's just because it's detached from the others. 4 out of the 5 lots were also approved by the Board of Adjustment for driveway variances, so the conditions as shown on these have now been fulfilled. So here you see the site plan that was included with the significant development permits. The top ones, which are to the west, north being to the right here as part of resolution 2823. And the loan project to the south is the next resolution, that's the 2923. One notable feature is the proposed dumpster location, which straddles lots 9 and 10. This was added by the request by staff to help cut down on the number of roll carts needed at the end of the cul-de-sac, which, as you can imagine, would get very tight with so many different units needing to have roll carts out right at one area. So this will help alleviate that issue, and that dumpster location is right there as I'm circling. Here's a rendering of the project. As you can see, this looks very similar to the ones that are already built in the same subdivision. They all have single car garages. And each one of these is a unit, so they're the 4 units going across. And then here you see the landscaping plan provided with some of the frontage trees are limited due to the driveways, but they will be ample trees added to the sides and rear of the lots. And then here you see the site for the significant development permits. As you can see, the proposal is consistent with what's generally already built within the neighborhood. And then I would be remiss if I didn't bring up this one under construction. That is a triplex. So because that is only 3 units, it doesn't qualify for significant development permit. So that's why that one hadn't gone before the board for your consideration. So the ones that are being proposed are all quadplexes, 4 units per building. Staff and the Planning Commission are recommending approval of both of the permits. And the conditions for the resolution 2823 is that the applicant has to acquire the needed driveway variance, which has now been fulfilled. That's no longer needed. The applicant needs to provide a separate photometric plan for lighting. We will also get that as part of the building permit application. Due to the ongoing shortage of transformers, which is better, by the way, we're getting some in, which is good news. But we still have that condition that the developer submit the standard city development agreement before issuing the building permit. That is for the transformers. And then the next 2 are on drainage. Number 4 needed for updating drainage analysis for off-site flows. And the final one requires that the applicant add a plan note on the perimeter drainage and grading improvements. It should also be noted that The requirements for off-site detentions have been waived based off of the original design of the subdivision. The intention was never to require individual ponds for each one of these lots, just because the lots are too small for on-site detention. And for the next resolution, that's 2933. The project that's on lot 13, that's the one that's on to the east right there. Only the first two conditions are unfulfilled, as I mentioned earlier. The rest have been dealt with. With that, we are available for any of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. So we will address Resolution 28-23 first. Directors, comments or questions concerning that ordinance or resolution?
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
I just have one question, and it's really, it pertains to Azlin Place, but also just some other areas in town where we've got the multifamily housing. And I did notice that there are one-car garages, but there is the driveway space for 2 per unit, right? I just continue to notice a lot of parking on the streets, and sometimes it does impede traffic somewhat. So I'm just bringing that up. I think the police chief is here, or was, just sort of for us to as a city, stay aware of. So that's really all I want to say. Some of these roads get kind of narrow, and it just gets difficult to get around if we have too much parking space. So thank you for switching to that plan of always making sure there is available parking in the driveway. We just need to make sure we're intentional about keeping it that way as much as possible.
Is that it? Mm-hmm. All right. Anyone else? Yes.
Our areas, the parking has become very tight because they're parking on the street.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
Looks like Dawn may have a response for us.
Don Clark, Community Development Director. So, point of clarification, there are certain streets that by class there is no on-street parking allowed. If it's not signed, we can't address it. And so, but we're very careful as it relates to where we put those signs, because it does put a lot on PD to have to go through and enforce that. So larger class streets, collectors, correct, would be an automatic street to where there is no on-street parking. That's typically where you're going to have most of your issues. A situation like this, where we're talking about a cul-de-sac, there's not a lot of not very much through traffic. Typically it's going to be the people who are living there or going to visit someone there. So in that regard, staff's opinion is that those kind of take care of themselves. Those higher class street, and we're going to bring this back to you for a discussion. One of the things that we try to make sure is that, and by maybe enforcing this, it doesn't create a situation where now they have to block the public rights of way, which is the sidewalk. And that would be one of those issues we attempted to address with the update that Ben talked about. But there are places where on-street parking could be a negative. Holly Street, I think, is one for sure. Out in front of Walmart, and then further south into those divisions. That's where we've had some complaints recently. We're addressing those, and I think the street signs are up or getting ready to go up, because that does not require you to pass an ordinance, because it's already in our master street plan that collector streets are not permitted to have on-street parking. What that means, though, is that we also have about 24 streets that are set by ordinance that maybe says no parking on the streets. And so what we're going to do is take a look at that ordinance. If those streets are already on, if those streets are classed as a collector street or higher, then we'll just remove those from the ordinance, so then it doesn't have to repeat itself. And then we can examine those other streets where it may be an issue and keep those in place if need be. There will be one that we'll bring to you in the near future for your consideration to prevent on-street parking on certain sides of the street, because we have one of the things we noticed with that one is it creates a constriction, particularly for maybe trash pickup, honestly, but also if there was need for emergency services. So we're already on the lookout for that, and I know that Chief Gilbert is still tasked with looking at setting up a traffic committee, and then it would be my opinion that that's something specifically that traffic committee can look at when we get those complaints about constricted streets or so on and so forth. They can look and see if it's appropriate to put no on-street parking on those streets, and the master street plan will take care of the rest. So I just want to make sure that I spoke to that.
Thank you.
Does that address your concerns?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Ken.
Don, just real quick, and just out of curiosity, this street I have seen way more times than not. Cars in the driveway and on the street, which makes it very narrow, even with the build that's there now. And you mentioned emergency vehicles. When they finish this out, and if it's that way all the way down that street, is that going to be a problem getting down to the end? It just, based on what you know now of that area?
It is something we can look at, and if it does, we've had some success when it relates to multifamily, that we simply go and approach the property management company, and they address it that way first, by sending out letters to their residents to say, hey, to rent here, you can't park more than X amount or whatever. But it could be, that's a great question, and that's one that we would work with the fire marshal and say, hey, let's go take a look. And if at any point they feel like it's constricted, we can look at putting a restriction there via ordinance that we would bring to you for you to approve or deny.
I think I've seen them on both sides of the road, which makes it then really only one car can get down through there at a time. And that's not the only place, but just as you were talking, like I said, I've been by there a lot and been down in there quite a bit, and it's difficult.
I think with the new drive standard is going to help. I mean, obviously, what we've recognized is that typically people who rent has extra storage, and that goes in the garage and not the vehicle, right? I mean, it even functions like that in my house depending on who's there. So we try to take that into consideration and then make determinations based upon that. But that's something we can look at street width when it relates to multifamily. I don't think we would bring you a situation where we would say lessen the street width in a multifamily development for those exact reasons.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, David.
Don, they will be required to build sidewalk, right, in
Correct.
front of the new homes?
Correct.
Yeah.
That's absolutely correct.
Anyone else? If not, is there anyone in the audience that would like to address Resolution 28-23? Please state your name and address.
Yes, ma'am. Ron Holmeyer, Civil Engineering, 701 South Mount Olive Street. Since we're on 28-23, first off, I'm going to make a comment that I've already talked to staff about, and that is that in the past, the ordinances were changed so that fourplexes now fell under this different development. They used to not be. And I've asked them to at least consider when it's a platted subdivision that's zoned R4 that there be an exemption so that you don't have to do a significant development on a lot, on a lot that was intended for a fourplex and has already been designed, drainage and everything is in place for fourplexes. And so that change to the ordinance, I think, has been detrimental, especially in this instance, because you've got one developer who put in a triplex just to avoid this process, which cuts down on the density and the potential return on that lot. And you've got a couple other vacant lots that could potentially do the same thing just to avoid having to go through this process. This applicant wanted the extra units, so that's why he did that. My other thing is the switch from counting 2 parking spaces have to be outside the building and side by side was just a staff decision that, as far as I'm aware of, I can't find anything in the ordinance that says that. And so it just happened. There's no public input. There's no review by the board. There's no ordinance to back it up. It's just a policy change. I don't appreciate that. I've seen several of these kind of policy changes recently, and that's the reason I'm bringing it up tonight. And one of them is the note number 5, or condition number 5. I've asked for the city code that requires that. I have not been provided one, and I've been told that that's just a new policy, that they feel like the existing rules and regulations allow the city to dictate the construction sequencing of the dirt work. But my contention is it seems awful arbitrary without there being an ordinance and without there being any opportunity for public input, and essentially no advance warning on that one as well. So I'd request that that one be removed, please.
So that's condition 5. Is that correct, Ron, that you're asking to be removed?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Thank you. Anyone else? Directors, any comments or questions?
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I do have a question. So the issue on, when he was saying that on the land to build another unit on it, what is the reason that we didn't, and what ordinance is it? And there's more questions on this. Is it a drainage issue, or what do we consider when we look at urban sprawl? Because the idea is that you don't take out and use all of our farmland. You bring it in here and make a more dense population. So why did we go from 4 to 3?
So, Don Clark, Community Development Director. This was a response to a concern of a multifamily development here. At one point, because, at what point could those impacts affect the community and then not have to go through a review that requires the Planning Commission and the Board of Directors to address it? We set the number at 3 units. What he said was the developer then decided to do less density. Less density is not always bad, right? I mean, some of the things that you're asking us to address deals with density. And so if the density is going to be higher, we feel like it requires or should have a bigger review with your input to that. On the interpretation of the code, we didn't change the ordinance. It was our interpretation of the code after we looked at and received some complaints as it relates to a multifamily development where people were parking on the streets in the grass and blocking sidewalk, to say, how do we address this? And we looked at the code, reread it, and the interpretation of staff was this is the way it could be addressed in that interpretation. Again, no, it wasn't brought to you because we didn't think it needed to change the ordinance. It was the interpretation of it to address issues that were coming up when we would hear your concerns or complaints from the community on some of these developments. And the same on 5.
So this was a parking issue and not a drainage or anything like that issue?
That particular one, as it relates to the drive interpretation, correct.
Okay.
Because when we had 1-car garages with a car parked behind, if I lived in that unit, that means that the first car was parked behind the garage because they're not using the garage. The second one is blocking the public right of way, which is the sidewalk, which creates issues. Created issues in this particular development that we addressed it in because there was no public sidewalk, which meant people had to go to the roadway because there was no, there was sidewalk, but there's no curb. So that meant they went to the roadway or into the ditch to get around the vehicles. So that was our interpretation of why we decided to move forward. To say it was a surprise, I'm not really sure about that. We talk about it in pre-application meetings with these developers and their agents and say, FYI, here's how we're going to address this. Okay. 5, when we talk about the applicant shall add notes to plans that all perimeter drainage and grading improvements shall be completed prior to work. This becomes from another particular multifamily development where we had to go stand in someone's yard and look at water that was created, in our opinion, from that development because they didn't do all their grading first. And so because they decided, hey, in my opinion, let's go ahead and proceed with getting the footings dug or poured or whatever, it's our opinion that they need to start with that first because that, not the footings, will have more impact on on a neighboring property if it's not done completely. So for that matter, you can remove it. But at the same time, we will probably come to you if we don't feel like this is sufficient or you don't feel like it's sufficient. We can come to you with an ordinance and discuss it at that point and let you decide. But those are the reasons why we switched that model. A lot of it is to look at things we know are going to be issues and what we're hearing from the public and what we hear from the board and address it. There are multiple policies and procedures that the city provide that we deal with every day, from fire to police, that do not come before this board that we enforce. So that's my answer to those.
Okay, I have a follow-up question. So recently we had a workshop, I think it was a workshop, that we discussed that these are the ordinances and we are going to bring them to you, and this was the ordinance, but now we want to enforce it. Is this one of those?
So in that workshop, I think if you're talking about drainage,
We were just talking about ordinance. Well, we might have been talking about drainage, but we were talking about ordinances and why you're going to start enforcing them that's already in place.
I can give you a clear example, the sidewalk policy. It's been a policy of this city for quite some time that when you develop, you're supposed to put sidewalk across your frontage. There are times where a rule of thumb becomes a rule, and maybe it was not seen as development friendly back in the day, so staff didn't enforce it. But once we read it, we said it can't be there and we not enforce it. So we started enforcing it, which meant that people came and stood at this lectern and told you they didn't like it, but it's in the code. And so we're enforcing it because we're aware of it. It's been brought to our attention. That happens from time to time. I will tell you that that is probably why there's a lot of missing sidewalk along 412. And it's now on the city to provide that sidewalk because we weren't enforcing that code back in the day. Why? I don't know. But we are today. So they either put the sidewalk in or pay a fee in lieu. Those type of things happen.
Okay. For me, that feels reactive and not proactive. If we have an ordinance in place and we're not following it, if we have laws in place and we're not following it, that seems reactive and not proactive. And I understand that you want to start doing that now, but I have had a lot of developers come to me and say, seems like we change the rules every other day. It depends on how they feel, and I appreciate that you're wanting to follow the ordinances. And so I think with the conversations that we've had recently and some of this communication, for me, I would like to table this, get some more conversation, and follow up with it that way, for me.
If I may. So I can't speak to every code that was or was not enforced, only the ones that have been since I've been aware of them. And so I don't know necessarily that it's reactive, or sometimes things get brought to our attention, right? It happens every day. One being the volumetric detention and the switch there and how we think that can address some things. You can table this, and that's fine. You can remove conditions, but I also tell you that sometimes when we remove those conditions, it puts staff in a pretty tight spot when we go back years later and have to look at something and go, why do we allow it? So it's your pleasure, but I don't know that necessarily that, again, these are surprises, and I have not heard those same concerns, and we're always approachable. We have pre-submittal meetings, discovery meetings, pre-application meetings, tech review. To discuss a lot of these things before it gets in front of you. And there are times it comes up and we stand firm on it. There's times we say, hey, you know what? You got a good point. Maybe we ought to look at that. And so to that end, a lot of what we're doing is simply enforcing what's in the code. I can't speak to why it wasn't done that way before. And if you talk about ordinances or laws, a lot of it is interpretation. A lot of the times. That's why we have attorneys, so they can interpret what the law says and whose opinion is right. But in our stance, we make a determination, we send it through attorney review, and then it's signed off on by the city administrator, staff, and the attorney as being set as a policy and why we're doing it. So it's not arbitrary and capricious. That we're just not saying, hey, we don't like your development, so we're going to put this on you. Yours we're okay with. There's a reason for it. And so, but whatever you would like us to do, we stand ready to do so.
So let me be clear. I think we have an amazing staff here at the city of Siloam Springs. So I'm not questioning the staff. I'm questioning my knowledge of being able to make a vote that represents the citizens and represents our community. And if I lack information, I think it's my obligation to get that information before I cast a vote.
And if we're tabling it, I'll just ask that we're very clear on what you're asking staff to investigate and bring back to you.
Anyone else? So then do I have a motion from you, Lisa, to
Yes.
table?
Mm-hmm.
To win.
And we have a second. And what is your clarification to staff for what you want them to
Just the
bring back?
next meeting. I just want to be able to speak to staff and stakeholders and just get some understanding on the ordinance.
Okay. So to the June 20th meeting? Okay. And Don, are you clear about what you are being asked?
I'm going to ask for a point of clarification just to make sure that we're on the right track. So we will go back to the video and the minutes and reflect and answer his question more in depth, maybe with a proposal, with an example and why, and let you decide. I think that's what's being asked of us. Am I correct?
That would be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just to add some context to why those conditions are there or why we made the interpretation, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, got it.
So we have a motion and a second to table resolution 28-23. Roll call.
Hunt.
Yes.
Rissler.
Yes.
Allen.
Yes.
Carroll.
Yes.
Blair.
Yes.
Smiley.
Yes.
Wiles.
Yes.
Motion to table is approved. Next is resolution 29-23, and would you like to make that same motion?
Yes.
So we have another motion to table this resolution for the same thing, Don. Okay. And we have a
Madam Mayor.
second for that.
Before I do that, can I ask, was there a different question with this one, Ron?
Ron Holmeyer, Civil Engineering. This one doesn't have the condition 5.
Okay.
It's the single lot.
Okay, so there's no issues with this one.
No. I mean, the issues with interpretations, as you pointed out, you've heard from others, changing routinely or quite often, probably a better term. And formalization of just their interpretations by conditions in these is a policy and a practice that is irritating at times. So if we're going to enforce the ordinances as he's stating, then I would like to see the ordinance that justifies the conditions that they're adding is all. The reason it's a condition on here is because I've disagreed that they have the authority, because they can't prove to me by ordinance that they have the authority for some of these conditions. And in the past, I've just had to not say anything to get the project approved. And the more I do that, the more the conditions continue to occur. And so it's just, I'm kind of reaching that point. So anyway.
Okay, so I withdraw my motion on this one.
Okay, so
Well,
withdraw the motion to.
Would it not be appropriate to go ahead and table the second one as well, since they're kind of connected?
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Mindy.
can I comment at this point? Would it be possible for sometime in the future, it doesn't have to be right away, but for there to be a workshop that would just kind of help us understand what goes on in this whole building permitting process when it comes to preliminary plat development, significant development permits, just general building in town? It might be helpful for us to just know a little bit more about what goes on. Would that be possible? I know we've got several other workshops coming up, so maybe down the road.
So to answer that question, yes, we can do whatever you like, and we can do it jointly with the planning commission too, so we can inform them.
Is that anything that anybody else would be interested in?
Yes, thank you, Mindy.
I would, and I would like to include PLLC builders in on it.
I would too. I would want to make sure
There.
developers,
Engineers,
builders know.
developers. Mhm.
Right.
Yes.
We talk to engineers, developers all the time. They know where we're located. We invite them to that as well.
I would like to make a request that it be a community meeting that we can get feedback, because a lot of times the workshops are directed at us and we don't get feedback.
and we could probably set the rules of a workshop, couldn't we, to be, or
If I may, I spoke earlier as it related to smart growth and as it related to annexation. We can wrap all this into one. It could be one night meeting. It could be a 2-part meeting. And to follow up what Director Allen said, I would agree that the second one should be tabled because although the condition 5 isn't there, there were 2 things that were brought up that's still related to this, and it gives us time to explain that situation to you as well. And just to go on record to say, we don't change things just because. There's typically a cause for it. And we hold everyone to the same standard, whether you're local or you flying here from Menominee, Wisconsin, wanting to do a development, because that's the standard we're held to. And I'm okay with conversations, not against them. And so if we need to clarify, we can do so. And we stand ready to do so. But I just want to make sure that I go on record and say we don't change things for no reason, and it's not just arbitrarily.
That's fair enough.
Thank you, Don.
Don, with the amount of stuff we've told you we want a meeting on, can you go back and you just evaluate all of it together and say this would be better as one meeting or this would be better as 2 meetings, and leave it up to you as to the volume and how much you think could be absorbed in one meeting, or break it into 2?
So my suggestion would be that we go back to what these concerns are and address it when that date comes through that you said tabling.
Right.
And then what we could do is we could look at staff and say what all that needs to be addressed.
Okay.
We'll open it up to the development community and their agents and say, what do you want us to bring up? To make sure that they don't feel like,
great.
That'd be great.
to make sure they don't feel like we're hiding something under the rug and we pull it out later. We'll ask them, what do you want us to address? And we'll address it all publicly.
That's exactly what I'm looking for.
And then ultimately, it's your pleasure. And we'll go whichever way you want.
Maybe even
Madam
have it at
Mayor.
the library or something.
Yes.
You know, whatever.
So,
Thank you, Don.
Dawn, if we know builders and contractors who want to be there or want to ask questions, should we give them your email address or?
Absolutely. So we can make sure that they're represented. Those emails are public. And so if they got a question, we'll ask it, you know.
But I meant for the meeting.
Yeah, absolutely.
Questions.
I mean, we just done one very similar for volumetric detention where we invited all engineers to be a part of it. I think we had one question at the time, but I'm not going to be surprised if somebody doesn't stand here later and say they have many more. So sometimes we don't capture it all. So we'll use that opportunity to try to do so.
Great, thank you.
Madam Mayor,
So at this point in time,
I just want to make a motion
you
to
have
table.
your motion to table to June 20th. We have a second by Director Allen to table to June 20th for more information. And
I have a question.
And you have a question. Yes, ma'am.
If they're wanting a workshop, and this is coming back on June 20th, when are you going to have that workshop? Because we just bumped short-term rentals for the fire station workshop.
It's
We're
2
not gonna have a
separate
workshop.
issues. It's
Yeah,
2 separate
it's-
things.
Yeah.
We're going to have a meeting, community meeting, right?
We're actually going to do it not here. We're going to actually have a separate workshop.
Separate.
Right.
wherever.
From what I understood in the what you want us to address between now and the next meeting is why we put those conditions in there, give you context to it so you can make your determination if you think they're fair or not.
Right.
The agent can state his case too, or their case as it relates to the public comment period part of it. And then again, that will give you that context where you feel like you're have enough adequate information to make a decision. And then following that, we will bring like issues. I think I'm familiar with some of the ones he's talking about, but I openly invite to say that's where you can email, hey, look into this one, go further into this one. We can do all that. Okay. Having that information will help us understand how to format that workshop and a time frame for it. So probably I would say give us a couple weeks to make sure we've got enough information, staff driven, maybe driven by the development community and their questions and concerns, and then make sure we've got a good plan of how to bring that to you.
And I'd like to just see what do our builders go through? What do they go through when they're wanting to build in town? Whether it's one house or multi-family development or a new significant, like a whole neighborhood? What do they go through? Just help educate us on that. I think that would be helpful. Yeah,
we would do so.
I think it will build a relationship between us, the community, you all, and so we have an understanding.
And I will be remiss to say that at some point, even after that we may stand here in front of you with two different opinions between us and the development community.
But when you get these things here answered, Dawn, then you go and do your community meeting. It could be on the second Tuesday or a Thursday or whatever. It doesn't have to be it could be at the library. You know, it could be wherever you want to do it, and not a workshop, an actual
community meeting.
Community meeting.
Kind of a town hall, if you will, on development. And I think that's a good thing because we do a lot that a lot of people are not aware of until they show up and go to pull a permit. And there's questions of why. And we explain. What we always say is, you may not agree with why we're doing it, but we'll give you an answer of why we're doing it. And ultimately, that authority of changing that, if the community doesn't like it, lies right here. We can stand up here and defend it. And like I said before, I don't take anything personal. Honestly, if those engineers and agents are not fighting for their clients, they're not doing their job. So we don't take it personal. We'll just answer the questions and let you decide.
A good way to look at it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Don. So we have on the floor a motion and a second to table to June 20th, Resolution 29-23. Roll call.
Rissler.
Yes.
Allen.
Yes.
Carroll.
Yes.
Blair.
Yes.
Smiley. Wiles.
Yes.
Hunt.
Yes.
Motion is approved. Next is Resolution 30-23, the Significant Development Permit, 1993 Highway 412 East Plasma Donation Center. Ben?
Yes, thank you again, Madam Mayor, members of the board. So this is a revision of a previously approved plans that went before you earlier this year for the Plasma Donation Center. You might recall this was at 1993 Highway 412 East. As a reminder, the original submittal was a 6,500 square foot quasi-medical center for the collection of blood plasma. The change which has been triggered, which triggered the re-review, is the relocation of the detention pond, which is over 10% of the overall site layout, which means that these have to come back through the review process. They can't make more changes more than 10% to the plans after approval. So here you see the original site plan. This is what was already been approved by the board. As you can see, that had two entrances off of Highway 412. This was a shared access easement, which they were doing some construction work inside that shared access easement. The detention was primarily down here and over on the side, I believe. So that's the original, then this is the new. So what happened is this area got shortened and the detention moved up over to this area right up here. And essentially just was doing less work in the access easement because that was a request from one of the neighboring property owners. They just didn't want as much encroachment into that area. The landscaping is shown on the right. And it is actually really similar layout because this was already a set green space boundary, and so they just converted that over to a detention. And so again, these are the areas in the red boxes there are what have been changed from the previous approved plan. And then here are the elevations. These are identical to what was done before, so the building will be the same, the parking will be the same. It's just this few little minor changes. So here's the site looking to the north. The staff report kept the previous condition relating to off-site drainage easement, which is still needed. However, the previous condition on the off-site construction easement has been expunged with this resubmission as it is no longer needed. Staff and the Planning Commission have recommended approval with the stated drainage condition, and we are available for any of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Directors, comments or questions? Is there anyone in the audience that has a comment or question for Resolution 3023? There is none. If there are still no questions or comments, I will ask for a motion to approve Resolution 30-23.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Allen,
Yes.
Carroll,
Yes.
Blair,
Yes.
Smiley,
Yes.
Wiles,
Yes.
Hunt,
Yes.
Rissler.
Yes.
Resolution 3023 is approved. Next is Resolution 31-23, the significant development permit for 1611 Cheri Whitlock Drive, New Life Church. Megan?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Megan Thomas, Planner 1. Okay, this is a significant development permit request to construct a 22,126 square foot assembly building with associated parking areas. This project is located at 1611 Cheri Whitlock Drive. It should be noted that this is a new revision of a previously approved significant development, which has now expired. On the screen is the zoomed out version of the site plan so that you can see the overall site. The expansion will be utilizing the existing detention pond and rerouting the off-site drainage from the north around the detention pond. And this is a more zoomed in version for y'all to see. The light gray area is proposed for the site for the significant development, and the white parking areas are the existing parking for the site. So this is the significant development area, if it'll let me outline it, and all of this is existing. This will be a new assembly building, and the existing structure shown here to the east will be utilized as a classroom and office space for the church. So that's this structure here, which will now turn into a classroom and office space. They are proposing to construct an additional drive to the west of the existing drive to allow for access to the proposed parking areas for the new assembly structure. This proposed drive will be right in, right out only. Additionally, they will be tying into the existing sidewalk along Cheri Whitlock Drive and to the proposed development with a sidewalk shown here. So they will be connecting in through here and then crosswalk over there. As a condition of approval, the applicant will be required to pay the fee in lieu for the sidewalk along North Lincoln Street prior to building permit issuance. This proposal is exceeding the minimum parking required. And this is the landscape plan for the development. They will be providing interior parking lot landscaping as well as landscape buffer areas. And this is the renderings for the proposed assembly building. Let you guys take a look at that. And this is the overall site view of the property. You can see the existing church as it sits now and the proposed drive to the expansion. It's right here. Staff is recommending approval of this request with 6 needed conditions. The first is related to the need to file drainage and utility easements via separate instrument as directed by the city engineer prior to certificate of occupancy issuance. Second is regarding the need for an updated drainage analysis for the drainage improvements from the detention basin to the right-of-way of Highway 264 and North Lincoln Street. This shall be approved by the city engineer prior to building permit issuance. Third, the applicant will be required to show drainage improvements from the detention basin outlet to the right-of-way of Highway 264 and North Lincoln Street on the construction plan set prior to building permit issuance. Fourth, the applicant will be required to submit a photometric plan that complies with the exterior parking lot lighting standards prior to building permit issuance. Fifth, the applicant will be required to pay a sidewalk fee in lieu for the sidewalk along North Lincoln Street prior to building permit issuance. Finally, the applicant shall add a note to the plan set stating the detention pond outlet structures and all perimeter drainage grading improvements shall be completed prior to beginning work on mass grading or improvements within the site. This note is to ensure that construction scheduling does not burden the surrounding property owners. Staff is available for any questions that you may have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any questions or comments, directors?
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Betsy.
I've read through this a few times, so I just want to make sure I'm clear. So in 2020, they did remove a couple of the conditions, but y'all have put them back in.
Yes.
So they have to do those conditions and the drainage ditch improvement and all that.
That is correct.
Must be done. Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Lisa.
Is that the drainage that is right behind it on is it Abram Street?
Kevin Moore, city engineer. The condition is specifically addressing the drainage from the detention pond east to Lincoln Street. So it's that channel there.
Okay, and that covers the flooding that we looked at, the flooding issues that we went and did an on-site review.
Yes, they're directly related.
Okay.
Anyone else?
Kevin, Megan, does the church own that property? where the drainage is?
To the east over here? Oh, yes, they do on that property. So this is the entirety of the property that they own. So they own the entire thing. That's why I had to zoom in, because it was such a large property.
Anyone else? Anyone in the audience that would like to address Resolution 31-23?
Sorry, Ron Holmeyer, Civil Engineering, 701 South Mount Olive. The, as you all are well aware, this has been a drainage issue in this area, Gabriel Park subdivision, Abraham Street, however you want to classify it. The church has been working with the city through the years, trying to help in any way they can. And it, now the city is expecting the church to make drainage improvements in the area that the city attempted to do in the past and didn't do, apparently failed because it's still not to the satisfaction of the neighbors. And so there was one dissenting a vote at Planning Commission, and his dissent was because he felt like the city should participate in the drainage improvements out there and not put the entire burden on the church. What you've got going on out here is you've got a project in Gabriel Park where the detention basin there on Abraham Street has a maximum release rate of about 90 CFS, and you've got about 300 CFS coming into that pond. So that's probably a big part of the reason there's flooding. But what it does to me, and the reason I proposed routing the ditch around the detention basin is since there could be anywhere from 90 to 300 CFS that comes across this property, I didn't want to try to design an outlet structure to allow the water to go as it does now through the basin, because it would do one or two things. It would either let out too much water and not work properly because it's sized to allow 300 CFS to go through it, or if I design it for the 89 CFS and then something happens and the city has to release more through it, then it's going to end up running over the overflow structure because the basin has an outlet structure that's too small. And the other thing I did is to make sure that I didn't just dump the water straight east off the north side of the basin. I put a curve in it so it's going due south along the property line. I moved the outlet structure from the middle of the basin so that it's no longer, to the south end of the basin, so that the discharge from the outlet structure is no longer shooting straight at the back door of the neighboring property. And as far as the property between the detention basin and Lincoln Street there, yes, the church bought that. There was a structure on that had been a drainage concern and flooding concern for years, and it's probably part of the reason cities never released any more water from Gabriel Park in it, because they were afraid they were going to flood something downstream. And the total flooding problem was when they built Lincoln Street and created that roadway that is essentially a dam that then causes water to back up and flood all those properties there. So all that being said is, the church has really done a lot through the years to try and assist the city in getting the drainage improved out there and provide some relief for the people in Gabriel Park. And we just, they would just like to not have to bear the full burden of fixing the drainage from the detention basin as the staff is requesting.
Are we still on the questions?
Yeah.
Okay, so I do have, I couldn't remember, a couple of questions. Dawn and Kevin and even Ron. We went out there and walked the perimeter. So beside the church and between Lincoln Street, those houses right there, we seen how they were flooding up to the buildings and stuff. By cleaning that drainage area, did that not help any?
I think.
You know what I'm talking about? If you go behind the mechanic shop, there's that drainage issue. And it's growing up. I mean, as we've seen, would not cleaning that help with the flooding? And so what you're saying is that's not the church's responsibility to clean it. It's the city. Who owns that drainage?
Kevin Moore, city engineer. So the church is on the the drainage is on the church's property, but we do have a public easement on it. The ditch that's there today and that southeast portion is undersized for the total amount of water moving through that area, because that's the amount of easement we were granted at the time by the church when we coordinated with them. They had requested that we do that project to prevent flooding on that southeast lot. And so that was a request by the church of the city. And so that ditch was sized just to the extent that they had requested at the time.
I just want to add a point of clarification. So, Kevin, what you're saying is that ditch, because it was a reciprocal, that they allowed us to do something before, and when this property on the east needed some addressing, we did so at that time, correct? So, I mean, yes, it's been reciprocal. Our concerns with this is not just Gabriel Park. There are concerns elsewhere as well.
That's the second part of my question.
And so, that's the point out. That's what I want to point out, that, the 2016-ish, or I can't remember when it was, that we were asked to help address this. We did so by going out and staking it, and surveying it and constructing this ditch, correct? Am I right? I actually think we did the surveying and the staking, and then they had it constructed. So that was our participation in that.
So some of the flooding actually comes from north of Gabriel Park, does it not? Have we talked to that property owner? Because we were going to talk to the property owner.
That meeting is set up for the 14th. We're meeting with them on the 14th. Okay. I think that, again, these are, as Ron said, it's two separate issues. And so I don't know necessarily our concerns about this is coming from Gabriel Park. Kevin, you can step up and correct me if I'm wrong, and Ron as well. It is the property along the east side there, and with this ditch. And it may have already been addressed, but I know early on our concerns were if there was a roadway constructed out to Lincoln in the same area, that we could then dam up the property.
Yeah, and that property's for sale. Maybe the church should buy it and build the road. Dam it up.
I think the church has already invested enough to give themselves enough drainage property all around. That's what it looks like.
But
did I hear somebody say that Lincoln Street did not have a curb and gutter? It's just, is there no drainage on Lincoln? Do you know, Kevin?
There's drainage to either side of Lincoln. There's a major drainage ditch. So in this, the ditch on the church's property discharges into that.
Okay.
But you're not only getting the church's drainage, you're getting Patriot Park, which some of that issue is coming north from that, is it not? So it all comes together. Am I wrong?
Yes, all that water flows through that point, and then that ditch is undersized.
And that's where the flooding's coming from.
Correct.
So we have a June 14th meeting with the property on the north side to discuss the drainage, the issue coming off, the flooding coming off, because it's flooding that house on Abram, which it's kind of been alleviated. We've tabled so much, but I hate that we have a June 14th meeting coming along that's going to answer some of these questions, and then we don't.
I would suggest approving this independent of that, because we've not had any conversations with that owner about the construction of that detention basin yet, other than letting him know what that meeting is intended for. So I would also like to bring up that in our drainage manual, if an area is undersized for offsite improvements specifically, the developer has the option to over-detain to do the improvements themselves or to partner with the city to do the improvements. Staff did not suggest that because this is on the church's property, and so that doesn't really fall under that offsite improvements partnership. But with the drainage easement there, that's certainly something that the board could decide to fund.
So have we partnered with other people in the community, organizations in the community to do just that?
Not to my knowledge.
Ever?
Not as part of individual incoming developments that I'm aware of.
So once the city does something, we take ownership. Is that right?
Not necessarily. For us to do something, we have to have a drainage easement that allows us to get in onto that public property and do that work. In this case, like Kevin said, I don't know, and we can research and correct ourselves if we're wrong. I can't think of anything right offhand where we've done that partnership, but it is, if it's part of our drainage manual, it's something that could be done. if that answers your question, because I think you're still going back to the cleaning of the ditch line.
Not just cleaning, it's just, it is an issue, because I've stood out there when it's flooding, and not only there, I've had the calls from the Abram Street and stood out there when their house was flooded, not just their property, their house was flooded.
And I would have to agree with Kevin that these are two separate issues, so I wouldn't necessarily table that on the prospect of us trying to figure out something up with Gabriel Park and the property owner to the north, because I don't know it necessarily has an issue with this. And again, these two professionals can correct me if I'm wrong. So I would be very cautious about saying, well, let's wait and table that until we have that discussion. I think anything that's done north, if that is allowed and they agree to it, will be a net positive for all of this as well. But what, is in our opinion, what they have would work along with those conditions. And I'll let them too.
And Ron, I'd like to hear from you.
Madam Mayor, I will just say that little green dot property to the east of the church, long before the church was there, I remember who owned the house there, and he was up here all the time begging the city for help because it was always flooding. So that's been a swamp corner for a very long time, and it came about mainly because of that housing addition just to the north. And it was before the church was built that he was coming here and begging, and eventually the house got torn down. But it's always been a problem, that corner.
There's a house there right now, right beside that mechanic shop, the two buildings.
Well, I thought there was a house that was torn down too.
What David's talking about is a house that was down on Lincoln Street itself at the corner that the church purchased and removed.
Yeah. Ron, would tabling help?
No.
To answer some questions? No? Okay.
The church has already been delayed 30 days for me to have time to get additional topo work out here. And so, there are loans in place, and Pastor Tim asked me to see if we can get this thing approved so they can keep moving and not have to wait. So, I really don't want this to be delayed. And, if we need to keep trying to work something out, we can. But, it's just, it's the detention basin and the improvements. The building's smaller. The parking lot is essentially the same amount of paving as proposed and approved previously. So we're not doing anything with this project. He disagrees with me, but in my opinion, this project is not going to increase the runoff from this site in any way. The ditch around the basin and the relocation of the detention basin outlet structure will improve that last house's conditions because, like I said, the water will no longer be shooting out of an outlet structure right at their back door. It'll be shooting south of it. And so, it's just requiring the improved ditch downstream of it. We've got to sit down and figure out, okay, which one are you going to make me do? Do I do the 90 CFS or do the 300 CFS? Because it's a much different ditch and a much different cost. But we really don't need this to be tabled tonight, if at all possible.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
With that in mind, not wanting to table, I'd like to go ahead and move that we approve resolution number 3123 as is.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve resolution 31-23. Roll call.
Carroll.
Yes.
Blair.
Yes.
Smiley.
Yes.
Wiles.
Yes.
Hunt.
Yes.
Rissler.
Yes.
Motion to approve resolution 31-23 is passed.
Did you ask?
Allen.
I was going to say, I didn't get called. Yes.
Just skipped right over you, didn't she, David? So we have his vote now? Yes. Okay. So before we move on to resolution 32-23, I have a request for a recess. We will recess for 5 minutes. We will come back at 9:20. Call this Board of Directors meeting back to order. We will move on to Resolution 32-23, Significant Development Permit 2301 East Main Street Club Car Wash. Megan?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Megan Thomas, Planner 1, again. Oh, wait, okay. There we go, sorry. This is a significant development permit request to construct a 42,366 square foot expansion to the existing club car wash located at 2301 East Main Street. The expansion will only be paving to allow for 22 new vacuum bay areas, as well as a proposed drive onto Ravenwood Plaza. No new structures are proposed with this request. Shown on the left of the screen is the existing club car wash site, and shown to the right is the proposed expansion. As you can see, the only changes to be made is additional paving to the east of the existing structure to allow for the additional vacuum bay areas, as well as the new driveway shown on the north of the site. The proposed drive does meet the minimum C2 driveway standards. Additionally, they will be constructing a sidewalk along Ravenwood Plaza that will tie into the development. And this is the landscape plan for the proposed expansion. As you can see, they are providing landscaping buffers along all sides of the site. And this is the overall site view of the property. The proposed drive will align with the existing Planet Fitness drive to the north. Also, the dumpster shown here to the southeast will be relocated to the north to allow for the addition of the vacuum bay areas. Staff is recommending approval of this request with no needed conditions, and staff is available for any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Directors, comments or questions on 32-23? There being none, is there anyone in the audience that has comments or questions concerning 32-23? Directors, do I have a motion to approve Resolution 32-23?
So moved. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Blair.
Yes.
Smiley.
Yes.
Wiles.
Yes.
Hunt.
Yes.
Rissler.
Yes.
Allen.
Yes.
Carroll.
Yes.
Motion is approved. Next is Resolution 33-23 for the preliminary plat development permit, Oak Brook Edition, 3095 North Mount Olive Street. And this is the property that you just approved did the first reading for the annexation. Megan?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is a preliminary plat permit request to establish the Oak Brook Addition, creating 85 large single-family lots. This project is located at 3095 North Mount Olive Street. There is an associated annexation request, which was previously heard tonight. On the screen is the plat for the proposed addition. As you can see, the proposal provides a much-needed connection to Highway 43, offering additional access to the surrounding subdivisions. The proposal also provides a connection to Pittsfield Street, which is shown here, which connects to the existing Autumn Glen subdivision to the east. As a condition of approval, the Board of Directors must grant a waiver of the block widths between North Cheney Street and North Dagan Street prior to construction. The reasoning for the waiver is due to the minimum block width requirement of 400 feet. Due to the size and shape of the property, they are requesting a shorter block width of 370.5 feet. This waiver would allow for houses along the perimeter and interior of the site as shown on this plat. This is the subdivision regulations for R2 zoning districts. The proposal is exceeding the minimum lot dimension requirement for R2 zoning. The proposal is exceeding the minimum lot surface area by 33 square feet and is exceeding the minimum lot width by 3 feet. Additionally, all proposed lots are served by proposed sanitary sewer. Staff finds no reasonable causes that the proposed development would specifically interfere with the neighbors' reasonable peace and enjoyment of their properties. The subject proposal is 3.08 units per acre, which falls 2.92 units below the maximum density permitted on this property in R2 zoning districts. Traffic will increase by a small amount, approximately 813 vehicles per day. However, this increase is not expected to interfere with the neighboring quality of life standards. The future land use is calling for Neighborhoods 1. The Neighborhoods 1 designation is primarily intended for single-family residential housing, ranging from 2 to 6 units per acre. The proposal is 3.08 units per acre. Therefore, this proposal is in line with the future land use plan and is compatible with the context of its location and character of the surrounding, existing, and planned neighborhoods. Staff finds no aspects of the proposal which would create a burden on the present or future land uses of the neighboring properties. The proposed lots are sized similarly to the existing Autumn Glen subdivision to the east of the site. The proposal is adequately supported by infrastructure as they are proposing to tie into the existing water and sewer lines that run along Highway 43 and west of the property, and electric services are available to connect to. Staff has found no flaws with the proposal that would constitute unsound planning. The lots meet all city standards for health, and all available infrastructure is either present or proposed on the property. The extension of the Pittsfield Drive to Highway 43 Mount Olive will improve traffic flow in the area and will provide a much needed connection to Mount Olive from the existing Heritage Ranch and Autumn Glen subdivisions. The proposal will also promote favorable economic conditions by providing additional housing options for individuals and families moving to the community. The proposed land survey meets the minimum requirements as shown on the preliminary plat. Again, the future land use map is calling for neighborhoods 1, and therefore this proposal is in line with the overall intent of the property. And I will let our city engineer speak to the next few slides.
Kevin Moore, city engineer. Carl Street's a major local street, currently serving about 1,700 vehicles per day. With the existing approved subdivisions, staff estimates about 3,000 vehicles per day will be using that street. Mount Olive, similarly, recent traffic counts of 4,000 vehicles per day, and with recently approved Carly Crossing subdivision brings us up to 4,500 vehicles per day with a design traffic load of 22,000. The 85 lots you're reviewing tonight would create an additional 813 trips per day, but staff believes that will be largely offset by the additional connections east and west throughout the subdivision, improving flow in the area. Here's a general overview of the area around the site. Note the floodplain. It will have some impact on the floor elevations available for those lots, but that doesn't necessarily preclude them from developing or constructing on the lots. Approximately 530 acres drains to the point beneath Highway 43. With the size of this detention basin, the developer is proposing no detention on this project to get the water off this site before the rest of the basin catches up. As you can see here, the drainage areas will be largely maintained from east to west from the existing Autumn Glen and Heritage Ranch subdivisions. Those will drain through the site and then to Highway 43 as they do today. Again, no detention is proposed. The design engineer provided an option with detention and without to prove that detention would actually be detrimental to the crossing at the highway. And so staff is in favor of not requiring detention for this project. This is an aerial view of the project showing the annexation and preliminary plat, and I'll let Megan speak to conditions of approval. Thank you.
Okay, so as he stated, this is the aerial. Like Ben mentioned before, they are taking in some areas with the annexation that are not included in this preliminary plat, and that's shown in red. The blue is the preliminary plat area. So staff has received 5 letters concerning this proposal, some of which were in opposition. Those letters have been provided to you and will be included. Oh, sorry, that was for a different meeting. Okay, those letters have been provided to y'all. Staff is recommending approval of this request with 5 needed conditions. The first condition is pertaining the need for the applicant to confirm adequate site distance is available for the proposed intersection onto Highway 43. Staff is concerned that the hill north of Oak Brook Drive intersection would obscure southbound traffic on Highway 43. Additional details is needed to verify that AASHTO standards are met at this intersection. The second condition is related to the need for an updated drainage report as necessary to reflect changes in the final construction plans. Third is regarding the required annexation of the subject property into the city of Siloam Springs and request to apply the R2 zone for the proposed lots prior to construction of the property. Fourth, the applicant will be required to execute the development agreement for the Oak Brook subdivision prior to construction. Finally, the Board of Directors shall grant a waiver on the block width between North Cheney Street and North Dagan Street prior to construction of the subject property. Staff is available for any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Megan. Directors, comments or questions?
Madam Mayor.
Indy.
Okay, I apologize in advance to everybody. This is in Ward 1, and I have had several of the citizens contact me as well. Read the letters, watched the Planning Commission video, saw the concerns there. I know this is a tough job for staff because, you know, property owners have rights to build what they feel like they want to build as long as it meets the requirements of zoning and just whatever other requirements that there may be on them. So still, I also have a responsibility to the citizens. And so I want to ask several questions sort of that I keep hearing over and over again on their behalf. My first question, though, is I understand that some of the portions of this lot are in the wetlands inventory, and that something about that may impact the plan. But we haven't determined yet. So I'm wondering, why are we looking at this before we've determined something that could impact the plan and change it?
Yes, Kevin Moore, city engineer. So I believe I included in the board memo or the planning commission memo just a little bit of discourse on that. So if the site does change enough, then you would see it again. If it changes a small amount, then staff would possibly be able to approve that at the staff level, because you would be again seeing it at final plat.
But are we kind of banking on it won't change much, and that's why we're going ahead and seeing it now?
That's the route that the developer's chosen to take. Yes.
Okay.
So and it would be so. And when I mentioned it to them, they basically wanted to continue to proceed.
Okay.
And then it would be kind of at their risk. If it was too large of a change, then staff would recommend that it come back through the entire preliminary plat process.
Okay.
If it was a small change, it would be a final plat correction or final plat with changes that would go through the process. So
I made the comment that if requirements are met, then it's their right. But in this particular case, so several issues have been raised. The flooding. Got a couple here tonight that live across from 43. They've experienced a lot of flooding on their property over the last 10 years. It's increased quite a bit as they've seen more building going on across their property from 43. And so I want to know, if they're already seeing an increase. And I understand, I think they understand too, we've just had a lot more rain the last few years, but that is the trend going forward. But how are we going to help with the issues that they've had with flooding? And that's not just an issue of theirs. I also understand people along East Carl Street have had some issues in their backyard with water getting kind of high and near their house. So that's a concern, because we're 85 homes are going to be taking up that ground that the water absorbs in. So what are we going to do there?
Absolutely. So a couple different areas. So the houses on the west side of North Carl that drain west onto this property should benefit from this.
Okay.
Because the grading plan is actually lowering this proposed property compared to the property next door.
Okay.
So any water that makes it far enough west to hit the property you're reviewing tonight would then drain off better than it does today.
You're saying this development should help the issues that they've been seeing?
It should help the standing water issues that are caused by the grading to their west.
Okay.
So for the homeowner on the west side of Highway 43, after speaking with them, one of their issues is the limbs and debris that get caught up in their channel. And so depending on what can be cleared, again with the wetlands also being on the site, they would possibly see an improvement with that, with less trees in that area.
Okay. Speaking of trees, so I know there are concerns among those, again, on the west side of North Carl. There's a nice tree line behind their homes. And there's also a lot of other trees. I understand trees having to be taken down for development in some places, but is there a way we can ask the developer to keep that line of trees there? No. So it's far enough into their property that it would impede the building.
Yeah, with this type of application, we don't really have that kind of authority to request that they maintain trees and vegetative screens and those kinds of things.
Well, we can't require, we can ask. And I have seen developers want to be good neighbors. And so if we could ask them, I'd like, is the developer here? Is someone from the, okay. Can we ask that? Can you consider? I'm talking about behind, so parallel to Carl Street. So there's a row of homes. It would be on the far east side of your property, closest to the row of homes going down North Carl. Okay. Okay. I know they just have some concerns about just mature trees there. It keeps a buffer. I know between Heritage, the Heritage Ranch 3 and 2, I think there was a line of trees and they kept it. And that was really helpful, especially with the phase going in now, which I think is 3, is all single story, but there were some 2-story in the phase 2. And so those trees kind of help that. Now, one thing that has come up, especially when it comes to the flooding, is, the fewer the homes, the less potential there is for taking up that ground that absorbs the water. And we are making an exception with the block length. You've asked for an exception there. And then in the proposal, the minimum R2 zoning requires a lot width of 60 feet, but the proposal says that the project has a lot width of 43.69 and greater. So I'm assuming some are much lower than the 60 foot that's required and some are higher. This is on it's page 4 of your report under lot standards consistency. It says minimum R2 zoning requirements lot width. Oh no, that lot width is 60 feet and subject property proposal is 43.69 foot and greater. Well, something that you just said up here made me think it was 60 feet.
I believe, okay, if I'm recalling correctly, I'm sorry, I think I forgot to actually update the report.
Okay.
In my talking points that I was revising today from Planning Commission, I actually had a thing in there saying that there was a typographical error in the staff report with that.
I didn't catch that. And I thought
this right
I
here.
had seen 60 feet in this, but my questions came based on my
63.06. I'm so sorry. I totally thought I had corrected that in the staff report before I'd given it to y'all, but.
Okay, so they do meet the requirement.
They do. They're at 63.06 feet for the lot widths.
Okay.
That's their smallest lot.
Okay. So in the plan development, what's the average square footage plan for the homes? And you've said the comparable neighborhood is Autumn Glen. Is that the street, the houses along North Carl?
I'm sorry, what neighborhood?
Well, I think you referred to this housing development as something like Autumn Glen. Is Autumn Glen North Carl Street?
Yes,
Yeah.
and so
the homes will be similar to that?
Well, Don Clark, Community Development Director, point of clarification. We do not get into square footage size. We only talk about lot size, and that's what we can review and the board can review. To mandate certain square footage sizes would not be.
I'm not asking for a mandate. I'm just asking what is this neighborhood going to look like? What is it comparable to?
That's a question that the developer can handle. I mean, they can say what their plans are and what size homes they're planning to build. They can speak to that.
Okay. And is there can you speak to that? I'm just kind of wanting to get an idea from the surrounding neighbors. They just kind of want to know what is this development going to look like?
Brandon Sewell, developer.
Thank you.
It's going to look like the houses surrounding it. That's our plan. We can't guarantee a specific square footage size because we just don't know yet. It'll depend on the market conditions at the time.
Right.
And with interest rates going up, it's subject to change. What most people consider affordable. But it is our goal to build like the surrounding areas. It's comparable brick, mostly single level.
So the houses along North Carl Street, they're all pretty individual looking. Heritage Phase 3, they're all pretty much the same layout, a little bit different on the outside, but the same layout. And then the homes that they're building in Lawless, right on Lawless, just north of your property, those are more like the ones along North Carl. North Carl and those that you're talking about that are surrounding your property, that's a lot different than the Heritage Phase 3. So
it's our intention to make them more comparable to the North Carl homes. You know, I just can't guarantee. You know.
Okay. And so you were here, you heard my request that we keep trees if possible.
Everybody likes trees. I like trees. Home buyers like trees. I always try to keep as many trees as we possibly can.
Okay. I think that's my only question for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let you get back in the seat and okay. Couple of other questions that have just come up as a result of this. The folks that live along North Carl Street and the folks that live along Mount Olive 43 are concerned about speeding in both of those areas. We have a radar set up on North Carl right now, so we're going to get some data in the next couple of weeks just about what's really going on there. I understand from the Planning Commission meeting that you are going to ask RDOT to reduce the speed on 43. So I think that's helpful. I'm wondering, are you all aware that, this was kind of a surprise to me, that unless otherwise posted, the speed limit is 30 miles per hour in town, even in residential neighborhoods, which I think sometimes that's okay. Sometimes there may be a street like Carl that's a nice straight stretch with nice road and homes pretty close to the street. Maybe we want to consider reducing the speed limit.
That is something worth considering. To give you an idea of some of the things we're looking at, I believe the first meeting in July, Regional Planning Commission has been for the past year or so working on a Vision Zero plan, which is the goal of 0 deaths on roadways.
Right.
And one of the things that came up in that plan, and a lot of cities have started to implement, is the idea of 20 miles an hour being the standard on residential roads. So things like Mount Olive would still stay as they are today, but within a subdivision, 20 miles an hour would be the recommended speed limit.
Well, and even like Dogwood. Dogwood is a street that people like to go fast on, and that's my street because it's a nice wide road. But people have complained about it being 30 miles per hour. But the homes along there are pretty few and far between and set way back, so it's not as likely as to have kids playing right along the street.
Right.
As opposed to North Carl, those homes are a lot closer to the street. And I know that there are parents of small children that won't even let their kids play out in their front yard because of the fear. Kind of related to that safety issue, if we could get an update on that side path between Allen and North Carl, because especially if you put 85 new homes, you're just increasing the number of families that are going to have kids going to Allen and the intermediate school, and we don't have any kind of way people can walk between Allen and all the way into those neighborhoods. So if we could at some point get an update on that, and I think we were doing a study of traffic patterns around Allen and the intermediate school and at Southside. We were working with the school to do that. I'm going so quickly right now because I know you're not going to have answers to all these questions now, and just keep them in your mind. Do you have an answer to Allen?
I have some answers.
Okay.
Yes. So the side path from Carl to Dogwood is currently under design. I believe we got a letter from RDOT about 2 weeks ago. So I'll look back into exactly what stage of that we're at. We're not prepared to bid that project out yet, but we've received all the grant funding.
From Allen all the way over to Dogwood.
Correct. To Don Hill. Carl to Don Hill.
Carl to Don Hill, yes. Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So, and that includes that Allen Elementary area.
Yes. Okay.
So that is still actively in the works. The study done in concert with the school district included primarily the Cheri Whitlock Mount Olive intersection, but also went up to include the Don Hill Mount Olive intersection.
All that.
And
if
that would be something
anybody has driven that area during school hours, you know what I'm talking about. It's crazy, and it's just going to keep getting crazier, especially as we continue developing up there. I don't know. I heard Mr. Homeyer mention a stoplight there at Mount Olive and Don Hill. You mentioned that at the Planning Commission meeting. I don't know if you were saying let's do it, but something needs to be done because it's just a lot of traffic there.
Oh, Mindy, do you have, I mean, is there some other things
No,
directly
so
related?
well, all of that to me is still related to this development because this development is going to create extra traffic. And so all of it is related to me. All of it is, I think, is something that we need to be considering. So I don't think I have any more questions.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Madam Mayor.
Betsy?
I've communicated with a few citizens and wanted some clarification. One of them said that part of this property is listed by the EPA as a hazardous floodplain. She said she called the EPA.
So are you asking if that is how it's listed?
Yeah.
And I'm Kevin or
That makes it sound a little worse maybe than it is. It's specifically a flood hazard area.
Okay.
And so it's they have several different distinctions they use for how regularly and how easily something can flood. And that's towards the upper end. Portions of that are towards the upper end, but I think that's west.
Because there's some concern over overflow and the waste and all of that, and messing up someone's septic or their well water and all of that.
Okay, the hazard as far as FEMA, now EPA, I'm not aware of anything separate in this area from them. Hazard as far as FEMA is specifically related to flooding, not towards water quality that would affect well water or anything like that. So, but I'm not aware of anything EPA as was stated.
Okay. And I know Director Hunt touched on a lot of this, and some of this is just clarification, like the water going across 43, and a couple different people affected, and this was from one of their neighbors, that if there's any more flood, it's going to end up going into their house. Like one of the houses is right on the verge of flooding. And so how's that going to be taken care of, and that there's debris and all of that, but they've been told the city's not responsible for it.
There is no easement on that property, so we don't have the ability to go in and maintain that drainage channel.
So
as far as making it worse, the proposal is a slight decrease in the amount of water. Again, because they're not detaining, because detaining would make it worse. So that their proposal, even without detention, is a slight decrease in the water discharged from the site.
So going across 43 will actually get better?
Slightly. It's a percentage, but yes.
Is there a way to make that percentage better?
We would have to look into that. Not off the top of my head.
Okay.
Could those property owners grant an easement, or could they grant an easement to the city?
They could. Yes, there are certainly processes for that, and then that would come before the board to accept the easement and essentially be accepting the maintenance of it at that time. There is a sewer there already, but we've not found the easement documents for that to determine if that included drainage easement as well, or if that is specifically tied to the sewer.
It's something they could look into.
Yes.
So I know they asked for the block length waiver. As far as how many houses go in, what's the difference?
You're saying without the waiver, what would the difference be?
Yeah.
At that point, that would have to be determined with a new submittal and a new plan. The developer and the representative would have to come up with a new concept, basically, and submit that to us for review to see what they can make work without the block width waiver.
Okay. I think that's all.
Mayor?
Yes, David.
I was on the city board when our city engineer was Ron Homeyer, and he's the smartest person in the room, no matter where he is, and I almost always agree with him and support his recommendations, but on this one, I'm gonna have to disagree. I do not believe that we should be granting a waiver on the block width. I'd like one of the owners to come, or the developer to come up. What's your company name?
I'm a builder and developer, and well, I've been around Northwest Arkansas for years, but I've never done a project in Siloam Springs. Rod, who's a local contractor, is a partner with me on the development.
So what's your company name?
Ground Zero Construction.
Oh, Ground Zero. Okay, so have you done other development? I mean, housing developments. I mean, you have, right?
Yeah,
Ground
we've
Zero?
done several.
Are you Siloam residents?
No, I live in Oklahoma,
Okay.
but our office is in Siloam.
I'm just curious. Is there a hazardous waste dump on this site?
Not that we know of. Well, we hope not. Yeah, we didn't buy it that way.
There's enough letters of concerned citizens, and the fact that it really didn't get discussed much in the staff memo except the topics that were brought up. The density is most certainly the concern. This fella, Chris Blake, sent our board an email and sent Megan an email, sent Mindy an email. We're excited about the city's growth, and unfortunately, we were unable to participate in the planning of the recent development of houses to the east of our property due to the timing of our move here. First, we'd prefer to avoid being surrounded by lower quality starter homes, and I was unable to confirm who the builder will be on the upcoming proposed lots or what type of construction quality would be expected. The second concern is related to flooding. With an increase of building and construction, I understand that engineers work hard to plan to mitigate any destructive flooding. We're located very close in proximity to the floodplain and would like to be assured that additional home building does not exacerbate flash flooding in our area. Last spring's rains were certainly concerning, as evidenced by the rising water levels we saw. My multiple calls to get someone from the Siloam Springs Street Department to come out for a site visit to examine and discuss the concern, which finally did occur thanks to my persistence. I see the current floodwater control situation as a quickly moving target, and last spring proved that it's better to stay ahead of the issue. My concern is that more housing and more concrete concentrated to one area will pose a risk to existing homes that may not even have flood insurance due to nuances of how the flood insurance program is governed. I think he's had a lot of good points in his letters and emails. I don't see a problem with the housing development going by the code of width, but I do not see making variances so that the developers can cram more homes into a space. There's an awful lot of concerns that have been brought up. The creek infrastructure that goes through the property, and really, there's been a concern of mine for some time that we've allowed overbuilding, all for the purpose of numbers of homes, because we believe there's such a demand, and outside developers wanting more homes for them to sell, so they cram more homes on less land. And I believe we have enough for a while. This letter from Miss Morris, first of all, I'd like to say I'm totally against a housing addition with 85 homes in my backyard. I've driven around town and to the north of my property and throughout the city limits. There are numerous new subdivisions with empty streets or pads poured with unfinished homes or no homes. Builders have put a halt to finishing out subdivisions because the housing market is not moving. This is not the time to begin another new project that could be drawn out for years. Noise, trash, and the constant construction noise is not something I want behind my home. If you do plan to approve this subdivision, I'd ask that this plan require a fence and a landscape green area between my property and the homes. I'm deeply concerned for the possibility of flooding and the contamination of my very good clean well water. I've lived in the country outside the city limits with a wonderful amount of privacy for 35 years, and I don't want to give this up for progress. In my opinion, we have plenty of housing additions and homes for purchase without this addition in my backyard. I do hope you will take my concerns seriously and make the needed requirements to the developers. Progress can be positive, but everyone's best interest, including mine, must be addressed. And I agree with her. We need to take everyone's concerns, and when there are enough homeowners surrounding this land, there doesn't need to be a reduction of the minimum width. So as long as that is a part of this, I won't vote for it. I think that it can be done without the waiver. So now you know where I stand.
Okay.
And I respect Ground Zero. I see you guys' name on everything. You're doing the new superintendent's office, I believe. So, I mean, I'm proud of you guys for your commercial building.
I appreciate that. One of the things that when Ron laid this out, I know there's 85 lots, but there's several of those lots that you can see that's in that floodplain that we're probably never going to do anything with because of the topos. It's so steep and it's all wooded and a terrain. They're probably not really going to be feasible to do anything with. So,
but you guys could build everything else up and then bring in 50 truckloads of dirt and build that up and go ahead and build.
And as far as the concern about the well, I'd have to look at the plans exactly, but I think all the water from the Morris place all flows onto this place. So I don't think it wouldn't be any way possible for the water to be backed up into her well because it's.
Well, the concern I had was not just what she mentioned, but to hear that there's anything with the word hazardous regarding floodplain. I've never heard the two words put together.
Yeah,
so
I'm not familiar with that either.
That's a little scary for me to hear hazardous and floodplain in the same phrase. But thank you for being here, fellas.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Betsy.
And the flooding is a major concern for me too, even if there aren't plans to build in the floodplain area. Things change and I can't help, my mind jumps to Brentwood. And that was a floodplain and now we have ongoing issues, so.
Madam Mayor?
Anyone else? Yes, Mindy.
I appreciate you all coming tonight. I appreciate your interest in developing in Siloam. I have to agree that because of all the concerns expressed and because drainage is such an issue for us that I don't think we can make an exception to the block, my opinion, to the block length waiver. I don't think we can waive that.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. That was a concern of mine when I read it, the block waiver. I was not a big fan. But if everything else panned out, I think I could have probably lived with that. My biggest concern, as others have commented, is the flooding. And please don't take this the wrong way. I have the utmost confidence in our staff, but to say that it will improve minimally or a percentage, honestly, it doesn't sway me very much. I understand what you're saying, okay? But it sounds like, a percentage, less than 10% is what I'm hearing. And I can't, I don't see that that's real satisfying to the homeowners that are impacted. If they have quite a bit of water coming through, well, it's going to be 6% less than what it is now. Well, if it floods, it floods, whether it's going to be, you know, that. So don't get me wrong. Again, I appreciate what you guys are doing, what you presented. I am really concerned about the flooding more than anything, but I'm also concerned about the block size. And I had some other concerns. You addressed those. I could have lived with that, but I just wanted to just state that those are two big concerns. The speed, I mean, that little dip going down through there, I don't know. I mean, it could be a problem, I guess, but it's, for me, was not one of the big ones. It was just the flooding and the block size there. But I do appreciate what you guys have done.
Anyone else?
One more thing I feel like I need to say. I'm so sorry. I just want to speak on behalf of the neighbors who have spoken. I didn't get the impression from any of the neighbors that they're against development, that they're against any particular development. They have some concerns. I mean, obviously there are people that don't want building going on behind their house, but they understand. They understand the rights of property owners. They understand that we're growing. They just had some of these concerns. So just wanted to throw that out.
Thank you, Mindy. Anyone else?
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Reed.
Kevin. Number 2 is an updated final drainage report shall be approved by the city engineer prior to beginning construction.
Mm-hmm.
So if the final drainage report shows significant change, does that mean we start over again, or how does that impact beginning construction?
Yes. So essentially, when we're doing our review, they're providing a drainage report with sometimes incomplete construction plans, and so that's bound to change. So essentially, when I state in the memo that I'm in favor of the drainage, I'm basically saying that it shows merit, that it will resolve itself in a way that meets all our requirements. So if they're unable to do that, then it would come back through, and they would have to request some sort of leniency from the board if they can't meet that condition. But typically we get the drainage reports to a point where they're close enough where the design engineer is comfortable, he can make everything work, I'm comfortable, everything appears that it'll work, and then the final construction drainage report is put together after you guys have already reviewed it.
If I heard you correctly, you said if you come back and it's not good, then we need to show some leniency. So there's really not a way to change? Or
sorry, leniency was probably the wrong word. So if a developer is unable to meet a condition, they can request that you as a board remove that condition from their project, or the entire permit process is void if you were to choose not to allow them to meet that condition. So essentially my condition is surrounded around the final drainage report that I receive once all the construction documents have been agreed upon meets all our standards and is meeting what was originally provided, and that there's a reduction from between the pre-development and post-development site. And if they can't meet that, then they would have to come to the board and say, we can't satisfy the city engineer with our drainage proposal, here's why, and then the board would get to decide whether or not the permit was still approved.
Okay, so it could be to where drainage report comes back and it's not favorable, that we could start all over again and say we're going to have to increase the size of the lots, or
that's possible. But it's to a point where I was comfortable saying that I believe that they'll be able to meet all our requirements based on what Ron had provided with their preliminary plat.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Can we go ahead and make a motion just to progress that we approve this without the waiver, so that they can?
Yes, you can.
Then I would like to make a motion that we approve the preliminary plat development resolution 3323, removing the waiver to the block extension.
Block with the waiver? Yes, okay.
Block length waiver, yeah.
Okay.
And there.
And before
pointing fingers.
Don.
I was going to, Don Clark, Community Development Director. I was going to say that if I'm not mistaken, what was mentioned earlier, that denying this waiver what's presented would definitely change. It couldn't go, so you'd be approving something that couldn't necessarily happen. I will offer, because we've heard the word flooding and we're aware of where this flooding is happening, that we could, again, sure pleasure, table it, let us look into that. I know we're tabling a lot, but again, bring you back some more of that context, dig into it, and let you feel comfortable with the decision that you ultimately make if you're, wanting to approve or deny. But by tabling it, we can take those concerns and meet with them, see what we can do to mitigate, bring it back to you and say, here's what was discussed, and make sure we give you a clear understanding of what's being proposed so you feel comfortable with whatever your decisions are at that time. You can feel comfortable today. If you don't, then that's just a mere suggestion that, is up to you.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
can we also include the neighbor, the house across 43 on possible getting some easements over there, flooding or drainage easements conversation?
I think we can discuss those and we can bring back to you at the point that it's been tabled to and say whether we think that would work or not, or if it might be independent of this, we could do that.
Okay, because I see a value, because we did it over there on Lewis Circle across the street where that's county.
Yes.
Yes. Right.
I don't know how time sensitive your project is. Can you tell me that? Because I'm thinking 30 days. I mean, 2 more meetings.
So if we table to the July 18th meeting?
I think we've already got too much.
But we could table it until they are ready to represent it.
Yes, we can.
We don't know how long that'll take.
Tabling to the next meeting can simply allow us to say if we think what works is good, then you can make your decision. If what we think to make it work provides any significant change, you got to go back to the Planning Commission anyway. So I would say tabling it just allows us to say, how do we look at this and bring it to you? Block width, here's a normal street, here's what they're proposing, show that to you in a case study with what it could look like, the flooding, what's potentially happening, what we think and why we're okay without it having detention, and just give you more clarification. And then you can decide at that point if you want to deny, you deny it, and they would have to redesign and come back, or you want to institute some significant changes, which would be fine. It just then at that point you can remand it back to Planning Commission for them to review that, and then it would come back to you for you to review and make a final decision. But between now and then, I don't know that we're necessarily asking them to redesign anything. We're just going to get some clarification and make sure we put it all in front of you to make to address those concerns. So when you make your decision, you can tie it to I'm voting yes because I think those have been addressed, or I'm voting no because X, Y, and Z, and then they have a clear understanding of why it was denied.
Madam Mayor.
If that's the point.
I don't want us to be going and just stirring everything up to come back again and go through all the same stuff we've just done because you guys studied drainage, but you didn't say, that board's not going to approve this with the current width. You're going to have to ignore the waiver and move forward, or you're not going to get it. Because you've heard enough board members say, the waiver's the problem because it's too many homes causing drainage problems.
Then that would be your reason for denial. What I heard, if that was what your pleasure is, what I heard was some drainage, I think we would have to tie it to something that they know why it was denied. And if that's the case, that's your pleasure.
Well, the fact is there's a code, and there's a code for a reason because this is what has been chosen for all these other. And when we consistently make a waiver or a variance or whatever for this, that, or the other, it just gets back to why do we even have these numbers if they're supposed to be the boundaries and the rules if we're just going to bend them? So I feel for the neighbors around this area, and I do think there is a real serious concern with the drainage and being able to build on this property properly. And I just don't believe in consistently making changes to cram smaller homes, more homes on a piece of property. And that's my concern, so.
Madam Mayor,
So, yes.
I am not objecting to development, but I don't think we have all the information, and I think we can talk all night, and we're not gonna come to a consensus on this project. So we either are going to postpone it, or we're gonna vote it. And I am in favor of.
Didn't you already make a motion to table?
Well, I did table.
And I second.
And we have a,
Somebody second it, though?
I did, just now,
Okay.
second.
so we've got a motion and a second that we need to act on. So to table until the June 20th meeting, is that what I'm understanding? Okay. So, you've got that?
Yep.
Roll call.
Smiley. Wiles.
Yes.
Hunt.
No.
Rissler.
Yes.
Allen.
Yes.
Carroll.
Yes.
Blair.
Yes.
Motion to table is approved.
What was the vote?
6-1.
6-1, yeah. Don, do you have what you need
I was so confused.
until
I
the,
didn't know.
bring it back to the 20th meeting? Okay. Then next, we will move on to our staff reports, which is the taxi program extension discussion. Don?
All right, let me. All righty. Don Clark, Community Development Director. So what we want to do is discuss our taxi program and some things we've been asked to look into. So we want to look into that. So this is what we want to discuss with you. So just a little bit of history here on this first slide. From what we've been able to find in our research, the elderly and disabled transportation began around 1995. It was a pilot program that was statewide at the time. It was operated, I think, here locally by Tom Fouts in what was called Red and White Taxi. In December of '96, after a significant loss in revenue, it was a decision made that they would not be able to operate the service. The city administrator and board of directors at that time felt that it was a service necessary to the most disadvantaged residents, and as such, the city would take over the operation of the service effective on January 2nd, 1997, and since that time, we've been operating the program. At the time of this inception, applicants has also had to be either elderly or disabled and low income. Income is no longer a qualifier, as it had no bearing on rate charged or approval for service, and that was changed recently after staff was asked to look into it. So right now, originally riders were paying $1 per stop or $3 per stop, depending upon their income. Today, all riders are paying $1 per stop, regardless. Since this is funded by city's tax dollars and operates in the red, the main stipulation of the program is that we've always tried to keep it operating within inside the city limits and provide that service to city residents. Staff was asked to explore expanding the service to any Siloam Springs address that may fall outside the city limits. And what we understood, just because it says Siloam Springs, it could still be 20 minutes away. So we came back with a proposal that we try to match it to our planning area and say if we stay within those bounds, it might be something that we could do. So I'm going to show you a couple maps here. So this is our current city limit, pre-annexation, as was discussed earlier. So this is our current city limit. And then if you look at the next map that I have up here on the screen, that orange line, you hear Ben talk about this donut very often when he talks about that 1 mile planning area. That orange line represents that. So that would be our proposed. If we're going to say, hey, we're going to expand it a little bit further, we would go to that 1 mile planning area is what we would suggest. Just to give you context, I wanted to put some concentric rings in there so you can look at what drive times are from the city center to at that line or beyond. So in some of these areas that is in our 1 mile planning area, depending on how we travel and what we're and how many people we're transporting, give or take is somewhere around 25 minutes in that outer ring that gets close to our boundary of our planning area. So there are some advantages, we think, as staff. We think there is a need for more transportation options, especially to our more vulnerable population, and we have a heart for serving those in need. We gladly do this program, and we enjoy the camaraderie and the back and forth with these riders. Another advantage is expanding would be the ability to serve more members of the community and the surrounding area that are perhaps in need of this program. There are some disadvantages. One is it could have a negative impact on existing customers. A wide service area could reduce the number of riders we can transport in a day. We have some that we would probably consider critical. The ones we make sure, those are ones that, typically have health appointments or need to go to dialysis, and we try to make sure that we work that into the equation as it relates to some of these other ones that maybe needs to go to the grocery store or cash check. They're all important, but the way the program is set up right now, we have one driver on at a time, and so we have to be very cognizant of that when we're scheduling those appointments. It could result in a longer wait time for assistance or disruption to schedules. We have issues where not necessarily mechanical brakes. There might be an issue of something spilled, or we may have an accident in a vehicle and we got to stop and clean it up before we go pick up the next rider. Obviously, if we're going further out, that could cause longer interruptions or even us having to cancel some of those rides. The fiscal impact, basically we would be spending city tax dollars into the county to expand the program into that area, because that 1 mile planning area is outside of our city limits. So just to give you an idea, last year, looking at the maintenance and fuel costs, et cetera, we estimated to be about $2,400 because, again, we're driving in a very local area, low mileage on the vehicles because of that. And just to remind you, those vehicles are given to us. We work with a grant through RDOT to get those vehicles, and I did make sure we check with them. They said that if we expand beyond our city limits, it doesn't, impact them as long as we're operating in Arkansas. So just make sure that we address that. Personnel costs right now, we have 2 part-time employees on a rotating shift. What they do is 1 week, one works 3, one works 2, and then vice versa. And then if we expand, I think we might have to hire a full-time driver, possibly 2. And the reason for that is because I think depending on what the need is, we may have to run both vehicles on the day at the same time. And we've been very fortunate to get some great retired individuals to work in this part-time capacity for us. But I'm just going to be honest with you, looking at the labor market, I don't really see the opportunity to backfill that with people looking to do the same thing if they decide to step away. And the other year-end transportation, we recovered about $4,000 in that. Again, it's not a revenue generator. It's really to provide this need to a vulnerable population. So there are just wanted to put that out there to you and then field any questions that you may or may have. Obviously, there's some clear advantages and there's some disadvantages. Couple of the things that I'm concerned about that wasn't in here is on that maintenance. In these areas, there are some unimproved streets that we would drive down via gravel or whatever that could cause more wear and tear on the vehicles as well. And, we have 2 vehicles. One of them is specifically to transport someone who's wheelchair bound, but it can, operate and haul others as well. So just wanted to put that all out there and just kind of open it up for discussion with any questions that y'all may have.
Yes.
You have part-time employees. Can people that are retired or anybody volunteer to help drive?
Volunteer is tough because then if they don't feel like coming, I don't really have a hook to make them show up. And then in today's world, honestly, what we had to do during COVID when it was, we made a decision of, okay, they were of the age that they could have been vulnerable if they were exposed. So we had to then rotate it through the staff, which created a burden because now, you know, somebody who's normally a building official is out driving a van, or myself, because I did as well, that we have to go out and drive the van. So I think it being a paid position helps to make sure we've got somebody on schedule and on staff to be able to meet those needs.
Probably liability issues too, wouldn't there?
Probably. I'm always, where there's a will, there's a way, right? You could probably figure it out. But that would be a question, obviously, of our insurance and of AML, if that was something that would even be feasible. But that's a great question. We've thought about that before because we've had people before say, I'll drive it. And I'm like, yeah, it sounds good, but I don't know if it really works. But it's a good question.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, David.
I think this is a great program. I remember when we started it and kept it going with some of the seniors who I would have thought would have been customers, but were enjoying driving. I mean, they really did. This was the highlight of their day. They would enjoy meeting everyone. I think if there's a way to expand it, we should. I do see where you're talking about getting out into our planning area outside the city limits. We could be hitting some dirt roads and things like that. So there may be some more maintenance in the future. You may have to get another van. And if it is possible to get the one from RDOT, maybe we can apply for a grant to get a second one. I don't know.
Both of them are through grants from RDOT. And we just
one now or two? We
have two, yes, sir. There's two, and I think we purchased them in 20 and 21, if I'm not mistaken.
I was confused whether it said if we expand, we may need to hire, but I thought you might have to actually get another vehicle too. But you're saying no?
No, I think what we could do at that point is maybe, depending on the amount of, I mean, obviously, if we step into this, we may not get the amount of calls in the county, and it may not be that, or in the planning area. But if it did, we would probably look at, dispatching and split it in two different sections. Okay, you take everything on this north side, you take everything on the south side, something like that.
I've heard some people complain something like this is just wasted taxpayer dollars. And I'm like, it's not meant to generate revenue. I remember when we built the aquatic center, we never planned to make a profit on that. It was never built for that. It was built as a service to the citizens, as this is. It's a service that the city can provide. And if you have people gripe about what's a waste of taxpayer dollars, you say, okay, your police and fire, are they made to be putting a profit every year? Do we need to cut those back because they're a waste of taxpayer dollars? So every service the city provides is relative in terms of who benefits and what we can do. And if this is something we can do, then we should keep it up and try to expand it. I really believe it.
I would agree and say this is a quality of life service. It is. Yeah. That's what it is. And the current patrons, we feel endeared to because they can't go to the grocery store unless we pick them up. Or
we're their legacy. They are the ones we owe our lives to. So right. we need to give the respect.
Or just taking a disabled patient to Ability Tree to allow them to participate in programs. We enjoy that. So what I would probably suggest, if you're in favor of this, that you give us a little bit of time to work it through the budget, and it'd be something that we would probably do at the beginning of next year, so we're adequately prepared for that. Christina would probably agree, so we're not standing in front of you saying, well, we probably need a budget amendment. I'm not sure how much, but that gives us a little bit of time to, if you're in favor of it, to dig deeper into it and then bring it back to you with the budget and say, hey, if we increase it, we think we can do it for this amount. And get a better feel for pulling those addresses and just kind of feel like if we only get 10, maybe it doesn't require us to, hire full time. But with the understanding if the call volume increases, we would be back in front of you saying at some point, hey, we got a bigger need, we got to meet it.
Betsy, this is something you've asked for and brought up because of your research. Is holding off till next year acceptable to you, or is it something that we should be looking at doing by the beginning of the fourth quarter? Or
well, a few things. I did have one person who said, they felt it was, because it does operate in the red, to expand it would be a waste of taxpayer money. I also feel like, what we voted to be a pro-life city, and by pro-life, that was taking care of elderly and disabled. I would be fine with that since we're talking about county people. Of course, if we annex that area in, that will help. I know they don't pay city taxes. Is there any way to recoup that a little to make some people feel better, or?
So are you asking if we would add a different amount for those who are outside of city limits?
Maybe they're a $3 fee, unless based on income. I like for everybody to be happy, so I'm looking at both sides.
Well, we changed that cost, at your request, and we can review it at your request and say, okay, to offset it, we think if, to feel better about extending that service beyond that boundary, they pay a little bit more.
Just for the people who can afford it.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just throwing out options. I'm fine either way.
Right.
Something that jumped in my head is the senior center. They provide rides and all of that too. So just if something were a problem or a breakdown or whatever, maybe they could be called to pick up the slack. They don't have the wheelchair van, but they do some rides in town, not in the planning area.
And I would just say, if we're going to do this, we would build it in such a manner that we would be able to take care of it ourselves.
Okay.
We just be prepared for it. In years past, if we have a winter weather event and we can't get to them, their dialysis patients, FD has helped. We went and picked them up in a 4-wheel drive truck if we needed to.
Yeah.
So we would take all those things under consideration. What would allow us to do in that time is to look at that and make sure we got a good model that we feel comfortable bringing to you, and discussing it with our drivers, getting their input as well on just what do you think, about this and how it can be operated. I think it would give us a good platform to come back to you with something we could do.
Yeah, and I'm good with next year. I think
Okay.
it's important to plan it, have it.
Take some time for them to gear up.
Right, exactly. And if you do look at the ages and et cetera in the planning area, and there aren't that many, or whatever research you need to do.
Right.
I appreciate you doing this and how much y'all enjoy it. I think it's an very important service.
It is. And then I will tell you, we get a lot of giggles out of this program.
Yes.
For they tell us their opinion, we take it, and we listen to them and just say yes ma'am or yes sir and move on, or no ma'am, no sir. And so
that's the way to do it.
It's and sometimes the occasional phone call for a ride turns into a 20-minute conversation, and so we understand that.
And that's when you're working with elderly people, that's how it goes, and that's awesome that you're good with it.
So it sounds like y'all are open to this and just bring it back in a better, a more thought out process that make you feel comfortable, that we're comfortable with proceeding in that fashion.
I think this is a very important program. My mother did not live in the same town that I lived in, and she used that type of service. And there's a lot of elderly people out here that don't drive or have relatives that can take them to doctor's appointments, grocery shopping, or whatever that this is going to provide. So I think this is an important program.
Relatively inexpensive. I mean, when you think about like fuel costs and maintenance, $2,500. I mean,
and
year.
I'm just being honest with you here. For the benefit it provides, I don't know if it was 3 times that amount we would be concerned, because, again, if it's just going to get their hair done because they can't wash their hair anymore because they've got a torn rotator cuff, I mean, you name it, we've been there and we've been able to provide it if they are qualified to be a rider.
And I hadn't thought about it till you brought up being able to take the disabled to Ability Tree that doesn't have a ride,
Yep.
That one time they just don't have a ride, but they've got to get there. So that's awesome that we have that. I'm really pleased that you've given it. Yeah. But I'm glad that you've wanted to expand it, Don. It's good. It's a good idea.
Yeah. So I think you have a direction to move forward and bring back more information.
We would do so.
Thank you, Don. With that, we will move to our April financials and the administrator's report. Christina?
April financials were included in the agenda packet, and please let me know if you have any questions about those. Don, I'm asking him to come back up and provide an update on the Sager Creek project.
And we can wait till next week if you want.
It'll be brief.
Okay.
But that way, so if your question you can ask, and I'm speaking into record. It's fine. We were planning on doing so anyway. Just give you a quick update. So we met with the consultant on May 11th. Staff has, and where we are right now, they have an 8-member team for this project. And so, they brought leaders to the table that bring hydrology expertise, architectural expertise, public engagement expertise, and geology. So based upon the work that has been done through the previous plan, we feel that we have a strong starting point to give them to say, okay, taking the information from the committee and what we discussed at the board and say, let's go, let's launch. So what they're working on right now is reviewing the past studies and providing to make sure we got a good feel for what that scope needs to be so we can put together a contract. Again, we think that somewhere midsummer or a little bit later, possibly around September, we can bring that back to you in a contract to say, here's how we're going to proceed and here's what's included in that contract. Some of the things that was discussed was wall maintenance, the dam repair, pedestrian bridge replacement, Twin Springs restoration, fountain replacement, Riverwalk, similar product for public and nature interaction. We discussed it all with them when we met with them. We put it all out in front of them and said, okay, here's what we've got to wrap our minds around and get going with something. So as the design of some of the more aesthetic items progress, what we'll do is we'll start then having public meetings to make sure we get the input from the public before we get too far set in stone. And we'll host, and also we'll do a workshop probably in the future to bring you up to speed on their proposals to make sure you're understanding it as well. So what's to come to you next would be a contract to approve with this consultant for them to proceed and get underway. And that will probably be August, September-ish, just because of making sure we've got a good idea what the scope is. We want to be, we in this situation, you've all made it very aware to us that this is an important project to you in the community, so we want to measure twice, cut once. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Christine.
Expenditures in excess of $30,000 include $41,687 to replace the welcome sign hit near the intersection of Main Street and Highway 412, and insurance will reimburse the city. And there were no expenditures per resolution 61-21. I provided the board with a memo detailing some of the information related to the sanitation issues. If you like, I could run through a summary of that, or you guys can simply discuss it. So I'll
does
proceed.
anyone have a question for Christina concerning this information she's given you, or are you comfortable with what she's given you? Answer your questions.
You needing guidance as to what to do next?
The board asked me to bring back information so that they could consider whether or not they wanted to provide a credit, or if the credits that we have already been providing would be sufficient. So that's up to you guys to decide, but I just wanted to make sure that you had all of the information that you wanted.
I talked to Christina about this. I was the one that asked for this, and there were 2 or 3 scenarios we looked at. Let me get with Christina, and we'll actually type them up and bring them or email them and get you guys input on if there's any interest in. I'm not pushing it. I'm just saying there were enough complaints, and of course now we know some people did get credits, and I wouldn't want to overlap any, but it was a suggestion, just my suggestion, that we consider it because of that it was on the city that we drop the ball sometimes. So let me get with her, and I'll get back at the next meeting if I think we should.
Everyone agreeable with that? Do I have a yes? Okay.
All right. So downtown streets will be cleaned, restriped, and sealed, and all downtown streets will be closed beginning Saturday, June 10th at 10 p.m. through June 13th. I would also like to congratulate, sorry, it's getting late. Congratulations on the success of the first Fourth Friday hosted by Discover Siloam, and that is a collaborative effort between the Chamber of Commerce, Main Street, and the City of Siloam Springs. Next week, we have the first of 2 police and fire camps for ages 5 through 17. The rodeo is occurring next week, the 15th through the 17th, and finally, Wednesday, June 14th is Flag Day, and there will be a flag burning ceremony Tuesday, June 13th at the VFW from 4 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So with that, we will move to the director's reports. I will start with Carol tonight. We'll go to David and around, and we'll end with you, Reed. We're going to keep it interesting. Everyone's going to have a chance to start and end.
And I'm going to make it quick because I don't have a whole lot to say. I just want to thank the staff for the workshop that we had, and to let everyone know about Shakespeare in the Park on Friday and I think it's Friday and Saturday. And thank you to the city and Main Street for our Fourth Friday. I thought that was a very, very good event, and I look forward to the next one. Thank you.
Thank you. David?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I also enjoyed the workshop. I am not someone who believes in workshops every meeting, but this was a good one, and it was very well researched and good info provided the board, and I think it's something that we've needed to address. So I appreciate it. I want to thank our electric department, the best in the world. We had a power outage in the middle of the night the other night, and I just happened to wake up around 2 o'clock and called the PD. I was awake when it actually went off, and we all know we're supposed to call the PD to let them know, and it was back on within an hour. So I just appreciate the quick response our electric department always has, and that was a great point that Ben and Don and them were saying, that they sell that reliability compared to Carroll. So we always are happy about them, especially years ago when we had that massive snowstorm. There were people in Oklahoma that 2 weeks without electricity. It's hard to even fathom that. We're so spoiled. But Siloam, within 2 or 3 days, some people within a day, so it was not a problem. I also want to thank our street department. Our street department catches a lot of crap sometimes, especially when it took so long to do Kenwood Street. But the fellas that are, I say the fellas, the people working on this Villaview Street are proven their expertise. They are not just widening the street, they're building a curb and gutter and a nice new sidewalk. And it's, causing a little difficulty for people that live down through there, but they all don't care. It's like, hey, this has been needed, the street's been needed to be widened, and I think they're doing a fantastic job, and I appreciate them. Other than that, thank you, Madam Mayor, for letting me serve last time. It was enjoyable.
Thank you, David.
It was a harkening back to the day. Thank you.
Mindy?
Since we've mentioned electricity department a couple times, I'll just put a little plug myself. I've lived in my home for 24 years. It's all electric, and I can count on one hand the number of times we've been in without electricity, and it's never been for more than 2 or 3 hours at a time. So, thank you. The electric department, echo the street department, excited to see what's going on with Villaview. Glad you made the recommendations that you did for the curb and gutter, so I think that's going to be good. And then I just want to echo the congratulations on the success of the first Fourth Friday. That's a lot to say. That was a collaborative effort between the city, the Main Street, and the Chamber, and They did an awesome job. There are other towns in our area that have similar events. I feel like Siloam's was just far and above, but we have a wonderful area for it. There were food trucks on both ends of the amphitheater area. People got their food, ate in the amphitheater area. There were lots of vendors there. It was just, and it didn't hurt that it was a perfect night weather-wise, but good concert, just a really great event, and I think it was a good time for the community to get out and just enjoy our town. So thank you to those involved.
I had one thing I forgot, Madam Mayor. Christina or Dawn or whoever, can you guys check into the development that's going in on Dawn Hill right across from First Baptist Church? It's been this way for 6 months. They've torn up the sidewalk and not done anything for the walkers to be able, I mean, it's all rocky, it's a muddy mess, and there's a lot of walkers up and down Dawn Hill Road. And so if we can make them even just put 4x8 plywood or something down, you know, it would be great. That was it. Thank you.
Ian?
I have been up since 3 o'clock this morning. I'm tired. No, I'm not going to say anything. I will save it for next time.
Thank you. Betsy?
Well, I will say something about the electric, which it is the best. I have never lived anywhere that it comes back on so quickly. And I have been through living in Kansas City of 9 days with no power and not being able to leave the house. So in the middle of an ice storm. So can we get for the public to hear, I know y'all emailed me Brentwood about that project. I know Director Rissler's been involved in it because she's been involved so far along, but I've had some residents ask me, so I thought maybe publicly.
Okay. So what we're doing with Brentwood is right now it is out for bid. We were originally going to try to bid out exactly what was in our budget, but basically what I told Steve was just bid the whole thing out. Let's just bid the whole thing out. And so that was part of the delay, was he had to go back and come up with the new specs. But it is out for bid. So we should be bringing that to you guys sometime in July for approval.
Okay, so it'll get done as soon as possible then once the bid goes through, because one concern was, you know, now there's all the extra water and mosquitoes and it's getting bad from what I've heard.
We can put tabs in there. The city has the capability of putting tabs in there.
Okay, is that something?
Yeah, I can pass that along, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
One other thing, and I know they're doing traffic studies. Allen Elementary, the traffic, south side. I didn't know if there's a creative way to look at it, more rearrange parking lots or turn some of the grassy areas into lanes for pickup, or I didn't know if there's a way to make it better beyond just stoplights. So just putting it out there. And I've only been up since 5:30, so I'm done.
Lisa?
I want to say thank you to the selection committee. When we formed this, we didn't think about the hours that they put in, and we've put in a lot of hours. Going through the applications and the resumes and with the fine-tooth comb, and then the hours we spend meeting, and then this week doing the interviews. And it is a well-rounded group. I think they represent our community as a whole. They've asked city employees for input, and they've asked directors for input, and you've given it to them. And so I want to say thank you to them. But I do want to point out one thing that keeps, so we've done 7 interviews. And the most asked question, you know, we give them, you always, when you're doing an interview, you always give them an opportunity to ask questions. So the most asked question is, how well is the board a team, or how do they get along? And it's been asked different ways. And my answer, and it will always be, and it will continue to be, is that we're about community. Everybody on this board has a heart for this community. And no matter if we agree or disagree, our main goal is the community. And we agree to disagree. And so as issues come about, like when we want to table, and I do want to say thank you guys for tabling those, because when I do make a decision, I want to make it with all the information. And so like when Director Smiley requested that be tabled, I didn't table one time, and I've learned my lesson from that, because we are a team. And so when a director asks for us to table something, I appreciate that they want to know more information about a subject to be able to make a vote that's based off of facts. And so I do want to convey to our public, to the people that are watching, because they are watching right now, is we are about community, every one of us up here, and we have the same hearts, and it's about our community. So,
Madam Mayor, I had one other thing that Betsy, you had posted on the Facebook Siloam Springs community page about this meeting Thursday for the highway.
Yes.
But I don't have where it's this Thursday regarding the I-35 in Oklahoma and I-49 in Arkansas becoming an interstate. It's they're doing a study, and so they're going to have an open public meeting regarding that. But I don't see where it's at.
JBU in the
Is it a
in the Simmons
Mexico?
Hall.
Yeah.
Or Simmons Great Hall. Yeah.
Simmons Great Hall at
Yeah,
JBU.
at JBU.
Okay.
What time? I don't- I guess-
Thursday,
I've got it on my calendar.
Thursday, June 8th.
Well, there's one at 4 to 6, but I don't know if it's the public one or.
Oh, I have, from
got
the
it.
link, I have 5 to 8. But
There's 2 meetings on that day. There's one at 11 o'clock for public officials, what I think would be appropriate for you to attend if you're available. And then there's also one for the general public at 4 p.m. So 11 a.m. for public officials, 4 p.m. for the general public. And that's just from recall from an email that I read and saw. Yeah. Thank you, Don. Mm-hmm.
And just real quickly, before I move on to you, Reed, I do want to say great job on the Fourth Friday. And to the VFW, the American Legion, and the disabled vets, they put on a fantastic Memorial Day program. If you missed it, I wish you could have been there. It was very, very, very moving and paid great tribute to our veterans, which we need to remember. Those who have given their lives and those who are still serving to give us the freedom that we have to meet here and to stand at that podium and sit here and to have the freedom of speech and the freedom of expression that we have in this country. So let's remember that.
And
And
I
with that,
piggyback on that. And the
yes.
VFW, thank you, Christina, for bringing that up. If you've never been to a flag burning ceremony,
Yes.
it's an amazing ceremony. So if you can make it, kids, adults, everybody's invited. And they let you actually participate in the event.
Reed.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wanted to also jump in on the Fourth Friday. That was an exceptional event. The collaboration that took place and just the community that was there, you could just feel a calm, and it was a neat experience. Of course, the weather was absolutely beautiful. Concerning the taxi program, I think that's something that is very needed, very necessary in our community. But we're also going to be looking at some more things for our seniors. One of the things that we, I'm going to say as a community, as a nation, are lacking in is helping our seniors to transition, allowing our seniors to maintain their independence while they are able to do maybe not as well as they could 10 years before, 20 years before, but to still be able to get up, have that cup of coffee, enjoy your day, and to make it to that next step. We as a community have a need, and we need to step up and be a part of this. And part of that could be senior housing. Here we are helping the seniors and disabled with their rides. I just think we need to be aware that this is a need that's going to get more and more. I don't have the statistic in front of me, but those over the age of 65, I've been told, are going to be more than those under the age of 18. So those of us who are getting older, and I'm not admitting I'm part of that, but I think my hair might distinguish me anyway. But being able to take that next step, going from the big house to the little house, we need to be aware of that as a community, as a county, as a state, as a nation, just to be able to take care of those who have gone before us. As Director Allen mentioned, we're part of their legacy, part of their heritage, and we need to give that leg up. Madam Mayor, whatever I'm supposed to do here, request that we have a adjournment.
Motion to adjourn?
There we go.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. We are adjourned. Thank you.